Declare open the public hearing for the Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs inquiry into the relationship between domestic, family and sexual violence and suicide. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional and original owners of this land, the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung and the Bunurong peoples, and pay respect to those who have passed before us, and to acknowledge today's Victorian Aboriginal people who are custodians of the land. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's land and waters. This hearing will be broadcast, and the transcript of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. For those in person or listening online, please be advised that this hearing may contain evidence that could cause distress. If anything you hear today upsets you or causes distress, please reach out to 1800-RESPECT, Lifeline, 13 Yarn, Kids Helpline or other support services. There is also a Parliamentary Workplace Support Service and Employee Assistance Program for Broadcasting Hansard and the Committee Secretariat and the Committee and its member staff. I now welcome representatives of the Alcohol and Drug Foundation to give evidence. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Morning, I'm Erin Laidlaw, CEO of the Alcohol and Drug Foundation.
Good morning, I'm Amy Herbert, Manager of Policy and Engagement at the Alcohol and Drug Foundation.
Lovely, thank you very much. Although you're not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and it has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and will also be broadcast. I'm Louise Miller-Frost. I'm the Federal Member for Boothby and Chair of the committee.
Alex Hawke, the Deputy Chair from New South Wales.
Sarah Whitty, I'm the Member for Melbourne.
Matthew Gregg, Member for Deakin.
And I don't believe we have anyone online at the moment, but they may come in later on if we get a voice from beyond. Would you like to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before the committee. I'm speaking on behalf of the Alcohol and Drug Foundation, which is a 60-plus year organisation leading alcohol and other drug harm prevention in Australia. I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we are appearing today. So the submission that we made focuses on the relationship between alcohol and other drugs, suicide and domestic and family and sexual violence. The issues are deeply interconnected. People who are affected by alcohol and drug harms are overrepresented in those who die by suicide and among those who experience or use violence. Women and children who experience family, domestic and sexual violence are at an increased risk of substance use disorders, suicide and other harm. So mental health, family and domestic violence and substance use disorders share many of the same underlying risk factors, including mental ill health, trauma, financial distress and justice involvement. But the evidence is clear. Alcohol and other drugs are not the sole cause of suicide or violence, but they're important and modifiable contributors. We know, for example, that acute alcohol use and other psychoactive substance use are recorded in a significant proportion of suicides, and that alcohol is a major factor in many incidents of family and domestic violence that's reported to police. That means that prevention-focused alcohol and other drug policy must be recognised as any part of a serious whole-of-government response to suicide and domestic, family and sexual violence. And that includes measures to reduce harm at a population level, such as action on alcohol pricing, availability, advertising, alongside stronger investment in treatment and earlier support. And prevention that targets those common risk factors is also really important. I also wanted to emphasise the importance of access and stigma. Too many people cannot get the support that they need, and too many are delaying help seeking because of stigma across alcohol and drugs, across mental health, across suicide and violence. So better integration between these systems and a stronger workforce capability to recognise those overlapping harms would improve the outcomes for people at risk. So our key message today is really simple. If we want to reduce suicide and violence-related harm, we must also harness alcohol and other drugs prevention as part of that solution. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'm happy to answer with Amy any questions that the committee may have.
Lovely, thank you very much. The data that you included in your submission is, quite compelling in terms of the involvement of drug and alcohol in suicide and the rates that are there. Are there any red flags or intervention points that you would say this is somebody who's likely to escalate to self-harm or suicide beyond the drug and alcohol use itself, as opposed to somebody who's going to continue on a different pathway?
Great question, and I think one of the things that we've raised in many of the considerations of how we address suicide in Australia is the notion that alcohol and drug use evolves over a long period of time. So by the time someone is using substances at a very risky level, or if they're dependent on substances, perhaps with a background of childhood trauma or trauma more recently in their life, or some of the other risk factors that we've spoken about, it's often much harder to do anything to address the complexity of those issues that contribute to their increased risk of suicide. And it's why we, as a prevention organisation, argue for measures and programs that address alcohol and drug use much earlier in anyone's life. So we know that people who are 18 to 25 are our highest users of substances. And I often talk about sort of that sliding door moment, particularly for young men, where they've been using alcohol and drugs at risky levels with their peers, experimentation, risky behaviour, very common in that age group. There comes a point in their life where they get married, they are promoted, substance use becomes less relevant, and they move to less risky substance use that is more manageable in the long term. But there are some within that cohort who don't move outside of that use of risky substance use, and their use escalates. They become isolated from their peers because of their substance use, and that contributes to more risk factors for mental health and increased risky use of substances and substance use dependence. So really, and we've seen in the recent data that young women, 18 to 25 years old, are actually now starting to mirror young men in that age group. So their risky use of alcohol has increased. Their use of illicit substances is now on par with young men. It was always a gender gap, the gender equality we never wanted. So we're no longer saying we should probably be focusing on the 18 to 25-year-old cohort to implement prevention measures, early behaviour change measures. We know this cohort are heavy users of technology, particularly AI, so the opportunity to deliver digital interventions into this group is huge, and really starting to try and stop that pattern that leads to ongoing risky use of substances, deaths of despair when they enter middle age because they've had a long history of substance use, suicide in that middle age cohort, particularly in men, the 40 to 50-year-old age group. So there are demographic indicators that give us knowledge about how we can better intervene, and all of the evidence suggests that we should be looking at that cohort of sort of 18 to 25, 18 to 35-year-olds, giving them the right support, access to digital tools that will help them manage their substances, giving them the tools to support their peers when they recognise that they're using substances or their mental health may be at risk as well.
Thank you. So we've now got two people online as well, so I'll play with my phone. I can monitor their questions. And I'll be brief because we now have quite a large committee here. So what you're saying is this is more of a lifelong pathway of drug and alcohol use rather than somebody having an okay life and then an incident happens, their life falls apart and they take it on, like start using risky behaviour at that point. Is that
so that
more or less what you're
saying? There
saying?
would be both.
Yep.
But we also know that the time between developing a substance use disorder and needing treatment and actually asking for help is roughly about 18 years. Mm-hmm. So huge amount of time when that individual, their family and friends are dealing with the impacts of substance use without really knowing where to go. So someone who has had an acute experience of trauma or a mental health issue, so an acute experience of trauma, because I think that's different to a mental health issue, may start to use substances in a different way. And acute intoxication, so being intoxicated in the moment, may increase their risk of self-harm. But it's more likely to be that chronic long-term development of problems over time, which is why prevention becomes so critical.
Right, okay, thank you. So there's an element there that is just, as you say, spur of the moment that leads to self-harm and potentially a suicide attempt, that also the longer term as well. In terms of the way services are work together, is there a good correlation? Like, do the drug and alcohol services and the domestic family violence services all work together, mental health?
So I think they don't work together as well as they could. And that's partly the nature of a federated system in our country. Mental health, alcohol and drug, family domestic violence, it's like a Venn diagram. Some services are doing that quite well. There's been work through some of the alcohol and drug peaks to improve recognition of family domestic violence amongst people who are seeking treatment for their substance use disorders. That's happening in New South Wales. There are services like the Alcohol and Drug Foundation has 2 services where we connect people to information and support for their alcohol and drug use. One is called Path to Help, which is a national directory that screens people on entry to our website, and the other is the Drug Information Bot, which is a new AI-powered tool that we launched about a year ago and has had 45,000 conversations to date, largely with people under the age of 35, which is really interesting. And those, we're talking with others about the potential through technology to have someone perhaps come to the Alcohol and Drug Foundation, Drug Information Bot, talk to DIB about my alcohol and drug use, and there may emerge a family domestic violence or a mental health issue, and be able to pass them over to either humans or AI-powered tools that are better enabled to talk to them about those issues. The way we are building using AI in our space, and I think mental health is the same, is we see the risk in AI pulling information from the global system because the misinformation is rife and it causes significant harm. So DIB only draws information from our website, which means it can't answer questions about mental health or family domestic violence. So digital mechanisms will help us do that, but there is a need for workforce, so better training and support for our workforce to understand those links. There are some services nationally that are providing mental health and AOD services together, but we often hear that people who use substances can't get access to a mental health facility until they've dealt with their substance use disorder. They can't get access to a substance use treatment until they've dealt with their mental health disorder, and they just bounce around the system.
Thank you. I'm very conscious of time. We have 5 other people who want to ask you questions.
One question, yeah,
one
thank you,
question.
Chair. I'll just do one question because you've done an excellent submission. Just on, we've taken some evidence yesterday, and you understand our terms of reference. Look, it's a very difficult subject matter, but sometimes we've taken evidence that perpetrators or people are driving people deliberately into abuse of alcohol or abuse of drugs. There's patterns coming through in other parts of our system that this is happening as a kind of a process. They're deliberately trying to drive a victim into, you know, where you might say, do you have any evidence to give us about that or any anecdotes about that? Because that also has a link with suicide and you know the problems we're addressing.
There is some general evidence. I don't have specific evidence to hand, but I'm aware of evidence that says that perpetrators do use alcohol and other drugs as a controlling mechanism. I'm not sure whether it plays out, or I haven't seen evidence myself about whether it plays out in the manner you specifically described, where it is a deliberate driving, but generally the literature does say that it can be, that alcohol and other drugs can be used as a controlling mechanism, and also controlling the way other people use drugs. There's a dimension of family violence to that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Whitty.
My question is sort of the twofold of the domestic violence and then to the suicide. Are we talking about the people that use drug and alcohol as being perpetrators and victims? Is there a need to separate that information, or is it just a general matter?
It's a great question, and it shows the complexity of this space. So we have largely, when we look at how we can prevent harm that women and children experience, we have looked largely at alcohol and drug use of the perpetrators of violence. So you will have heard others speak and seen submissions that talk about availability of alcohol as a really key driver of family domestic violence. In New South Wales in 2016, the extension of trading hours by 1 hour from 10 to 11 p.m. increased the number of family domestic violence incidents by over 1,000. In the Northern Territory, when they introduced liquor reform in 2018, they saw a reduction in family domestic violence of 21%, I think. And then when those reforms were loosened, they saw family domestic violence increasing. So most of our conversations are around what are immense opportunities to protect women and children by better regulating alcohol. Remove the really cheap alcohol, less than 30 cents a standard drink you can buy alcohol for. It's cheaper than water. That is not the alcohol that moderate drinkers consume. It is the alcohol that is consumed by our heaviest drinkers, who cause the most harm to themselves and to others. Availability, allowing alcohol to be delivered into the home late at night and very quickly, where it extends a drinking session, is increasing the safety, is reducing the safety of women and children in the home. And promotion, really heavy promotion, targeting those people who use alcohol the most, are the three clever policy, low-cost policy initiatives that have met with industry resistance and, to be fair, political resistance for many, many years, despite the very strong evidence that women and children will be safer if we're brave enough to do it. Alcohol and drug use by women who experience violence, who might be at risk of suicide, is slightly different. The mechanisms to reduce their risk of harm are the same. So we know regulation will reduce their use of alcohol if they are heavy alcohol users, because they affect those policy levers, influence the heaviest drinkers. They don't affect the moderate drinkers largely. But the other thing about women who experience violence is, who use alcohol and drugs, is that we know that people who have experienced trauma, childhood trauma, or trauma more lately in their life, more recently in their lives, are overrepresented in the people who are using alcohol and drugs at risky levels, and people who use alcohol and other drugs at risky levels are overrepresented in the people who attempt or commit or die by suicide. So we are very careful talking about alcohol in the family domestic violence, because it is not a cause of family domestic violence. It is a risk factor that increases the severity and frequency. And when you bring mental health and suicide into it, women who have been in hostile and unsafe environments for a long period of time, who are using alcohol and drugs at very risky levels, are increasing their risk of violence and increasing their risk of self-harm.
Thank you for those insights. So going back, Dr. Lade, a little what you were saying earlier about the referral points, if there's a mental health red flag put up and they're referred to a mental health service, that seem to miss the opportunity to then bring forward an alcohol and drug intervention simultaneously. Is there an easy way that we could address the dealing with multiple domains simultaneously? Because it would seem that it is possible.
Look, there are different views on what the response to that might look like. There are some views that we should have services that manage both, so experts who can manage both, mental health and alcohol and drug dependence. There are concerns that that is not the best approach, that when we try and amalgamate our mental health and alcohol and drug treatment sectors, the AOD issues fall off because they are the most stigmatised. The World Health Organisation said drug use, drug dependence is the most stigmatised health issue in the world. And most people outside of the AOD will struggle to sort of understand what they might be able to do with that. Others have talked about the opportunity to better support our workforce, to be able to spot, refer, provide early support and triage people appropriately and work in sort of a multidisciplinary way. When we think about someone who might have cancer and a mental health disorder, we don't talk about combining cancer and mental health treatment. We talk about having a cancer specialist who works with a mental health specialist. It's no different with that view. These are two health issues that require specialist services, and we need coordination, workforce awareness, workforce development. The AOD workforce does not have capacity to meet the needs. We know that up to 50% of people who need treatment for alcohol and drug use disorders cannot access the system. The workforce is ageing, so our addiction medicine specialists are getting to a point where many of them will be retiring within the next 5 to 10 years, leaving a huge gap in our workforce for AOD. And even in the community sector, where we have a different type of workforce that is predominantly female, we're seeing the same thing, an ageing workforce. The remuneration is different within the AOD sector because of investment in mental health, family domestic violence. Many people in the AOD sector are leaving that workforce to go and work where they can be better remunerated. So there is a real need for a focus on what can be done to support the workforce that provides specialist services to people who need treatment for their alcohol and drug disorders.
I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, there has historically been an issue with our AOD rehabilitation sector in that you have the clinical profession, and then kind of outside of that there's kind of loosely regulated kind of promise org, health retreats, all that kind of thing, this unregulated industry that's kind of trying to fill that gap. Has that added an unhelpful element to attempts to kind of have a more integrated approach to these things?
It has added an element of fragmentation, but I think the other thing that it's added is a risk to the health and wellbeing outcomes of people who use substances and their families. When you have recognised that you need help for your substance use, and you are brave and supported enough to overcome the stigma and barriers, and you find out there is a wait list of months to get access to treatment, you turn to anything. And anything isn't necessarily what you need. And we wouldn't do that with any other health issue in this country. We would want people to have the best possible treatment that they need at that point in time. I go back to this point around early intervention, intervening early in the younger cohorts, particularly leveraging digital. Complex substance use disorders need specialised, possibly face-to-face, not necessarily inpatient rehabilitation. It might be outpatient or day programs. But in that early stage where people are starting to change substance use to become riskier and they know they want help, we can intervene in a much more low-intensity, low-cost way, and with good, low-cost, low-intensity, digitally delivered services for those people. They don't exist really in Australia for AOD at the moment. We can prevent a whole lot of people who then go on to experience significant harm and have to wait for long periods of time for treatment. So there's both. We need to improve treatment, support workforce, invest in early intervention and digital work.
Final question. We've spoken about alcohol and drugs kind of together. Are there kind of separate risk factors relating to drugs, as we see kind of some cohorts kind of opt more towards the usage of illicit substances over?
I think with it, we can confidently say for suicide that there's evidence on the way that different drugs or different consumption patterns among different cohorts will affect the risk of suicide, and the same goes for family violence. So Erin's spoken, for example, about the different experience of alcohol consumption among genders, and also risk of family violence. And you will see gender trends, for example, in the data on suicide caused by alcohol and drugs, and also as indirect or indirect causal or contributory factors to suicide. So that would suggest that risk plays out differently among different cohorts. So I think that's why you'll see recommendations in many of the submissions made to this committee, in many submissions made to national prevention strategies, whether that be health strategies, suicide prevention or family violence or AOD, the lot, talking about how we really need to know more through increased data and research on the way that those risk factors interact among a range of different cohorts. And with that, we will learn more about how individual people and their circumstances affect their suicide, family violence or alcohol and drug risk, and do that kind of thing that Erin was talking about before, where we meet people where they are much earlier on in the piece and tailor our advice and interventions for them. Wouldn't it be amazing if we could reverse the data that we see coming out of our drug checking services, where it's the first time that most people have spoken to anybody about their drug use? I mean, that's what we're hearing from the services, whether they're festival-based or whether they're fixed site. People are just not talking about their AOD use because of stigma and other related things. It would be so great if we were able to offer that individualised, whether that's through digital interventions or increased capability among our primary care health services to be able to talk to people about substance use.
With many addictions, you know what you're taking.
And I don't think we can escape the fact that alcohol is far and away the substance that causes the most harm. It just overshadows all the other substances.
And it is also a very under-discussed health issue among individuals and their health practitioners.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Our online people don't have any questions, but Ms Cheney's saying she's having difficulty hearing, so I'm not sure if there's something you can do. Thank you. Is there an ideal model that would look at domestic family sexual violence, mental health and drug and alcohol services working together? Is there somewhere where it actually really does work well?
I don't know of it anywhere, to be honest.
Well, that's depressing.
I haven't looked.
Okay, right.
Do you?
There has been a lot of evidence over the last and an increased focus in recent years, as I'm sure you're aware, on trauma-informed care models. So rather than a specific service, this goes to the way in which clinicians approach a person and their experience of trauma and how it affects multiple domains of their life and how that can compound. So that is a model that has been that is quite effective. Of course, that sort of depends on capability, to Erin's point. But I think in terms of if we're sort of focusing on models that work at a macro level, policy models and strategies that work, as Erin has said, policies that work to reduce the availability of alcohol are really effective because they drive down use, and with that they drive down risk. So while I do know that many prevention strategies in the suicide and family violence space look at treatment as a key lever for driving down risk, I think it's really important that the salutary effects of alcohol and drug prevention on risk should be part of any kind of, holistic response to the experience of family violence and suicide. Those things can have amazing ripple effects. They can just bring down, they often talk about alcohol and alcohol policies as turning down the heat on family violence, or, they will have long-lasting population-level effects.
And I'd just note, we are a prevention organisation. I know you've got a number of people coming who work in the treatment space, and they may have much deeper knowledge around what sort of models are out there than we do.
Okay, I was
It's
going
not
to
that
ask.
there isn't one.
Yeah, no, I understand. So my next question was going to be whether the domestic family sexual violence services and the suicide services have an eye to drug and alcohol issues, or vice versa. Do the drug and alcohol services have an eye to looking at, suicide and self-harm as a risk factor when they're assessing risk, and also family violence?
So, again, I think those organisations working in the treatment sector would be better positioned to answer that. But I would just reference work done by NADA, which is the New South Wales Alcohol and Drug Foundation, New South Wales AOD peak. And they have...
So NADA, is it?
NADA.
NADA.
Network for Alcohol and... I can never remember what it stands for. Agencies. They've got some frameworks there that are looking at how they can strengthen the capacity of the sector in this space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we could send those through, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
They're because of the state-based nature of service delivery, you'll find probably a slightly different answer in each of the jurisdictions. So the peaks are a really great place to start. There's different frameworks. For example, in Victoria, you'll see the MARAM framework, which is around family violence. So there are different frameworks. I don't think, though, there is an integrated. It'd be useful to talk to peaks on that. Suicide prevention and AOD, they normally are treated differently. But yeah, assessment, you'll see different services wrap in different ways of managing co-occurrence from assessment through to treatment. And I think probably you'll see that in some harm reduction services. It will probably just be a little bit different across them. But I think the co-occurrence is well known to funded, regulated services across the board.
And so the risk assessment tools that are used in the various domains, do they all look at drug and alcohol use? Do they
That would be a PICS specialist question. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Did you have any more questions? No. Any questions? No. Well, I've just asked a little bit more about your digital thing, because I find that quite fascinating. So, how long has it been up, and how does it deal with, I guess, an enormous range of people who might be like very early, I don't know if I've got a problem, I don't want to talk to a human being, to people who might be quite a long way down the track with their drug and alcohol use?
So the Drug Information Bot, DIB, it's a very cute little creature that sits on the bottom right-hand side of the Alcohol and Drug Foundation website, and you could tap in and just play with it yourself if you've got a few minutes. DIB was developed and launched in May last year. We've had over 47,000 conversations with DIB. About 70% of the people who are using DIB are under the age of 35. About 60% of them are under the age of 25. When you look at our website, which has about 5 million visits a year, the age distribution is equal across all age groups. DIB is much more favoured by younger Australians. We also look at the risk profile of people who use our website versus DIB, and DIB users, about 2/3 of them are either moderate or high risk, using a screening tool that DIB uses to understand how to best support the person who is talking, having the conversation. The other really interesting thing is that when you look at our general website, the majority of people come on with curious questions. So they might be interested in psilocybin, a rarely used substance, but one that's getting quite a lot of media attention. DIB is very different. The majority of conversations around DIB are for alcohol. Second is cannabis. Third is cocaine. Fourth is methamphetamine. It mirrors the substances that we see presenting to treatment facilities. We gather enormous insights from the conversations from DIB, so we know the substances that people are using and looking to help with. We know the sort of help they're looking for. So some of them are wanting information. What does this substance do? How can I reduce my use? what are the effects of this substance? How do I get help? The age ranges can range from under 18. We had one 10-year-old who was looking for how to get help for methamphetamine use without talking to parents.
Wow.
The anonymity that DIB provides is critical. The visits to our privacy documentation on our website have increased by 20% since we launched DIB. So DIB users are really interested in their privacy. It's anonymous, de-identified. The data is, all identifying data is scrubbed before it is passed through to the large language model. If someone walks away from their computer and leaves DIB open, the conversation is wiped after a certain period of time so no one can see it. It is paramount to us that people are given the right information with the right guardrails in a confidential way. DIB will only draw information from our website. When you look at some of the more generally available AI-powered models, they draw from systems all over the world. And they draw from sites that are easy to scrape. So a lot of their information will come from international websites that may have their data created by bots. They may pull it from forums like Reddit. All of the information that DIB accesses and provides to people is human curated. It's developed by our evidence team. It's thoroughly checked. It's updated. We have just created a prototype of DIB which extends DIB's capability to provide a brief intervention to people, because what we've recognised is people come to our website looking for information, or I think I might be using too much. And we can take that moment of help seeking and convert it into support for behaviour change. So we have just prototyped an early intervention using motivational interviewing, which is being tested and checked by 3 clinical experts. And we're at the stage, funding dependent, of moving that to a larger scale evaluation in a controlled environment, and then to ongoing rollout. Now, that 47,000 people who've used DIB has come through no paid promotion. DIB has not been funded by anyone. We have developed it, we have promoted it through our website and our social media channels. And we just think about the potential to bring people to this tool that, with proper promotion, into high-risk communities, high-risk areas in Australia, to support people to be able to have a conversation that they don't want to have with a human being right now, and guide them to be ready to start to seek the sort of help that they need. And if they can do it on their own, and many people can, they can reduce use if we have the conversation early enough, then DIB will ideally be able to provide that support for them as well.
So the brief intervention, because you've de-identified, I presume that means that it is a one-off session.
It is a one-off session.
It doesn't say, yep, good.
So some of the things that we're looking at, though, so they get given an action plan at the end of that brief intervention, but we're also exploring with other providers, like an alcohol group called Hello Sunday Morning, Smart Recovery, who provide online group therapy, counselling online, some of the mental health orgs, whether we can do a warm referral. And we may need to think about sort of identifying someone. That's a whole different conversation and thinking from where we are right now. But can we pass information through from DIB to someone who's actually a human being that they can talk to if they want that? Or can we pass them through to something like Hello Sunday Morning, which is alcohol support, where they'll get access to human beings in a non-identifiable way? Those are the questions that we're starting to ask with this technology.
So at the moment it doesn't make referrals to
It
other...
doesn't.
No.
It does connect them. So we have, through another service we provide on our website, a service called Path to Help, which is a national directory of about 16,000 AOD services. It will give them, if they want and need support, a list of the services in their local area, whether they're online or face-to-face, that they can click on. It is a moment where that, user journey, that person journey could break, because they've come in the moment saying, I'm asking about cannabis because I'm starting to use more. Oh, DIB's talked to me about this now. I'm interested in finding out what I can do. actually I'm using it high risk, here's some services, I have to click them. That's a big jump for someone who's come in looking for help. So we have data that talks about the number who click through to a link, but we don't know how many people actually access that service from our service yet.
Okay. And the information that DIB's collecting, which is de-identified, are you able to aggregate that data and have patterns emerge from that?
It's the really interesting thing about this technology is the data insights are in real time. So we get a depth of insight into what people are looking for that cannot be compared to what we got from our website data. We know the questions they're asking, we don't have the answers to on our website. So that immediately prompts us to put that information on our website so that we can better respond to the experience of the person who's looking for help. We can get an understanding of regional issues, like what are people in the regions looking for, how does it differ by state, and we know nothing about the people who are actually coming to the service other than their age and gender. We don't know, we can't pinpoint them because it is all de-identified, but the information really helps us improve the way we can target the service, the way we can build the service, the way we can meet people's needs.
And so currently, for people to get that, they basically have to look up your website and go there. Are there plans to sort of, I don't know, replicate it in other sites?
So DIB has the potential to be placed on other websites as the icon. We are connected into other sites like Health Direct. We provide advice to Health Direct around their alcohol and drug information. We feed each other. So there are the potential for people to come to the Alcohol and Drug Foundation website from other websites. We can also potentially white label the code of DIB to put it on other websites that would enable that technology to only draw from the website that it's plugged into. We were one of the first, to our knowledge, we're the only AOD organisation that has this sort of tool in Australia. But this sort of tool is being developed in other sectors, mental health, legal services. I think there are some early movers. We were recently finalists in 2 AI awards, and it gave us a glimpse of what others are doing. And the potential with what people are doing is incredibly exciting. To use AI to improve health outcomes, to improve health information.
I like the idea that it's actually contained within your website as well. That's been absolutely fascinating. But I will pull it back to our terms of reference. If somebody on your DIB disclosed that they were using or experiencing violence, or that they were feeling suicidal, what would DIB do with that?
So DIB would refer them to an organisation that specialises in that. Ideally, DIB would offer to transfer them to an organisation that specialises in that. That's the ideal scenario. So DIB goes to Path to Help and looks for services that might be able to support them with those sorts of issues. We have had, so the other thing about DIB is we've got a number of guardrails that are built into the system. One of them is they get flagged. So if there is a high-risk clinical conversation, they are flagged by the system and they are reviewed by human beings, clinical and technology experts, to make sure DIB's doing what DIB should do. And to date, DIB is doing what DIB should do. We've had two conversations with DIB that are explicitly about self-harm that have been flagged, and DIB has handled those as we would want DIB to do, with empathy, with strong encouragement to speak to a human being, despite pushback from in the conversation about not wanting to speak to a human being. DIB has said there is only so much technology can do. These are the places where you can speak to someone about how you're feeling. So empathy, non-stigmatising language was a really critical part of the development of DIB. When it was first developed, the language was not the way the ADF would speak to people. So there was a lot of work done to improve the tone to remove stigmatising language. And it was interesting, you know, that just crept into this model without us putting it in there.
Yeah.
Shows the risks if you don't have the right sort of organisations developing.
Indeed. Thank you very much. That's absolutely fascinating. I'm very tempted to go on to your bot, but then I might skew your data by trying things out on it to see what its response is. So if you get some very weird conversations, that might be me. Just testing the boundaries. Look, thank you so much for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, I can't remember if we did ask you.
We will send you the information. We'll speak to NADA and send you the information about the work they're doing with FPV.
Fantastic, thank you. Please forward to the Secretariat by the 3rd of July 2026. Please note responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry, and feel free to add anything else you'd like. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks.
It's been fascinating. I know, we'll all be on that box soon. Exactly, yeah, keeping the data. Sure, absolutely. Oh, okay, so I just need someone to move that we accept this document, Alcohol's Harm to Others in Australia, as an exhibition to the, an exhibit to the committee. Yep, thank you very much. Thank you. Right. Now, are you Heather Douglas? Thank you. Come on down. Thank you. I now welcome Professor Heather Douglas to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Heather Douglas, and I'm appearing before the committee as the Deputy Director of the Centre of Excellence for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, or CVOR, and also the University of Melbourne Law School. That's where I'm employed.
Thank you very much. Although you're not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. It has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'm Louise Muller-Frost. I'm the Federal Member for Boothby in South Australia in Adelaide.
Alex Hawke, the Deputy Chair from New South Wales.
Alex will have to leave in the middle of this session, so don't take it personally.
Yep. Okay.
And Sarah Whitty, Member for Melbourne.
Matthew Gregg, Member for Deakin.
And online we have Ms Cheney, I hope,
Having trouble, I think, so still hearing.
or not. We may or may not have Ms Cheney, who is...
Sorry, I was on mute. Kate Cheney, a member for Curtin in Western Australia.
Lovely. And Mr Ng?
Deborah Ng, the member from Indies in Melbourne Beach. Apologies, I can't be there in person today.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Would you like to start with a brief opening statement?
Yes, I do have one prepared. I'm speaking today to my two submissions. One is submission 27, which I submitted as Professor of Law from University of Melbourne, and one is submission 53 that I submitted through the ARC Centre. So I want to start by saying, obviously, all suicides are a tragedy, but my research is focused mainly on the investigation of suicides in relation to women, where there's a history of domestic and family violence. And my focus has been channeling my criminal law background, I guess, in some ways, is that the appropriate and fulsome investigation of apparent suicides in this context is absolutely pivotal. And the reasons for that are, I think, at least threefold. And of course, the first is to understand the points for potential prevention for future suicides, but also to identify homicides disguised as suicides by abusive partners, and also to potentially ensure accountability of abusive partners in the context of slow femicides, that is, suicides, but those that are preceded by ongoing domestic abuse, and whether there's accountability in that context. Notably, when investigations of women's suicides are thorough, authorities such as the WA Ombudsman and coroners find that a quarter to a half of those suicides are associated with domestic abuse. So this is likely to be the tip of the iceberg because these are just the investigated deaths. So issues with investigation include tunnel vision of investigators who may assume that mental health issues and drug and alcohol issues are the cause of suicide, and so do not investigate histories of domestic abuse and their contribution to the suicide. They also may close their minds to the possibility of homicide. Especially where there are significant mental health issues, autopsies may not be sought, and coronial inquests may proceed on the papers or after long delay. This may miss valuable information about domestic abuse that could be gleaned from extended family and friends and potentially other service interactions to support future prevention. This insufficient investigation is more likely where the next of kin is the abusive partner. Abusers will have no interest in advocating for thorough investigation and can be highly influential in the direction investigations take. So I want to focus on 3 points, I think, for potential legal and policy reform in these contexts. Firstly, managing the question of next of kin. I recently published an article which I'll share with you, but I was contacted by family members telling me that they were slowly locked out of their daughter's life by their daughter's husband. Contact became progressively harder. They feared their efforts to be in contact and remain in contact with her exacerbated the abuse that they assumed that she was experiencing. The parents did remain in contact with their daughter-in-laws, the daughter's in-laws, and after a period of silence, and this is 10 years of marriage, but there was a period of months of silence, they contacted the in-laws and they were told that their daughter had died by suicide a few months earlier. The next of kin was the daughter's husband, and the investigation after death did not investigate any possibility of abuse. So the parents are in contact with various systems to try to do something about this. Even when parties are not separated and the woman's husband is the next of kin, when the parties are not separated and the woman's husband is the next of kin, the extended family should be contacted in all of these contexts. Second, I think national guidance should be provided for the investigations of suicide for police and coroners and other relevant investigators, which mandates investigation beyond mental health records to speak with extended family to at least rule out concerns of domestic and family violence. And the Senate Bill 2024 in California may provide a model, and I've brought a copy of that as well. And third, and I think this touches on what you've probably heard lots of, is that many people experiencing domestic abuse also have mental health issues and drug and alcohol issues, often as part of or in response to the domestic and family violence they've experienced. So mental health and drug services just can't work in silos. It's not working that should happen. So I'm happy to expand on any of that or any of the other things in my submissions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And certainly that next of kin issue that you've raised, we have heard from a number of witnesses, including some lived experience family survivors. You did mention Joanna's Law in the United States, which I assume is the same as this.
Yes.
Yep, lovely. Can you expand a little bit on what that is and how that works?
Yeah, so I have bought a copy of it if you want
okay.
me to hand it up. And I've also bought a copy of an article that was just published last week on suicides and claimed suicides in the context of family violence.
Great, okay.
Which kind of maps out some of the suggestions that I've spoken about in
Can
my...
we have another motion to accept? Thank you very much. We'll accept both of those as exhibits and circulate them to the committee. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So basically the Senate bill essentially sets up systems which ensure that family can have connection with the people investigating potential suicide and access to materials. So sometimes what happens is families, in the example I just gave, don't find out about the fact that investigations have taken place until after they've been closed. And efforts to reopen investigations are sometimes made by individuals, but they have difficulty accessing the materials to support them to do that. So Joanna's Law actually has provisions which would support them to have access to that kind of material to make sure that they're equipped to make those claims for deeper investigation into the particular death. Yep. And they also set up protocols for police and investigators to investigate particular deaths and identify red flags that they should be looking at in terms of which deaths they should perhaps be thinking about investigating as potential homicides, or contexts where suicide may be important and particular efforts should be made to contact family to get statements and so on. So in a lot of cases, police will go to a suicide and it'll look pretty simple. Perhaps will be a fairly straightforward situation where the woman has suicided. They may also dig a little bit deeper and speak to her husband. He'll explain that there has been drug use issues, that there's been depression or whatever else, and that will be the end of the story. So what this legislation talks about is the kinds of flags that police might think about. So was the husband the last person to find the person alive? Did the suicide happen at home? There are quite a few listed in the legislation, and tells them that in those kinds of contexts they should be actually contacting family and friends to get a deeper analysis of what might have been going on in these cases. And obviously that's helpful for future prevention, knowing that this was a matter preceded by domestic and family violence, so we can look at what the services were doing here and how they might have done better and so on. But also I think it's important for those families to see that there's accountability for what's happened here, and to make sure that that happens for them as well. So I think it's really twofold in relation to those kinds of investigations. So that's really it's quite simple. It also mandates basic training for investigators about domestic family violence and the links to suicide, and identifies the kinds of background legal interventions and service interventions that might also flag a history of domestic and family violence as well. So it continues on. For example, they talk about tenancy issues, and domestic violence may flag that the suicide is connected to domestic violence if there's been tenancy issues with the partner and so on. So it has a broad ambit of understanding of domestic violence as a coercive control, essentially.
Thank you. I will pass to Mr Hawke because he has to leave. But
No, I'd love to have a few questions. Thank you for your evidence, and obviously you're an expert here, so this is you're the right person. We've had different groups of people giving us evidence about the criminal law and the operation of the criminal law, and we're sort of dealing with, as you know, a new area of law, coercive control.
Yeah.
Weak or non-historical jurisprudence. We've got a whole new area. So your recommendations are quite important. And again, I draw to your evidence, which is Joanna's law. It's like we talked about Zoe's law. You say, you can tell immediately what's happened to prompt a change in the law. So with I've got a couple of questions. So with your training, though, does that include the judiciary, the prosecutors, and are you thinking about those issues as well? Because we tend to find, because these laws are new, because we had this discussion yesterday, I'd be interested in your views as well, maybe a couple of questions in one, where we've got a system struggling to deal with a new area of law, intent versus causation. We're still, the old dynamic of law trying to prove an intent for a suicide rather than this caused an event, which is murder or homicide, in a traditional framework. Retraining judges, retraining prosecutors tends to be kind of, as well, an additional element that's really needed in these sorts of discussions.
Look, my background is very strongly about judicial education, and I managed the National Domestic and Family Violence Bench Book for 10 years, and as a result of that, delivered domestic violence training to judges across Australia for a long time.
Incredible.
So absolutely, I think training judiciary is also important, and continuing that as well. There's a lot of research in the UK in relation to training around coercive control. They've had coercive control in place for about 10 years, and the view is that training has to be repeated. So ideally it would be repeated every year or so, that people would have a refresher of understanding of coercive control. It does seem to disappear quite quickly. So that would be the same for judges, and the National Judicial Council does have a process of running domestic violence training every year that's available to judges. So there is that view held there as well, that's important. The intent issue is a really important question. Obviously, we don't have coercive control legislation in Victoria. It's obviously...
We do in New South Wales. So
you do in New South Wales. There is in Queensland. It's coming in next year in South Australia, and I understand it's also coming in Victoria soon as well. So it's certainly going to become part of our landscape, and I think one of the most important things about coercive control legislation will be its educative focus, that people will become more aware of it precisely because it's in the criminal law. And police have a toolbox, which is the legislation they're dealing with, and if they have coercive control in their toolbox, they start to learn about it much more quickly, it seems. So in terms of coercive control and suicide, are you thinking about after the suicide? Yes.
I am, because, I guess I've sat on a separate inquiry which was into financial impacts of domestic abuse and financial domestic abuse. And we've got good examples, for example, where a woman had suicided, where their superannuation defaulted to the abuser and there was nothing could be done about it. The government's now acting on that. These underpinning issues, I'm just thinking in a criminal law framework, can we hang these elements of law under coercive control laws, for example? Because this is a new field of law.
So in the paper that I've just shared with you, I argue that yes, you can, and that I've gone through a number of cases in that paper in the UK where people have been charged successfully with coercive control after the suicide, and other charges as well, like stalking, for example. So there hasn't been a giving up on that criminal investigation just because the woman is now deceased. Even though the police might feel that they can't connect it to a homicide charge. I also argue, though, that and show through some case examples in the UK that it is also possible to charge manslaughter in these cases as well, potentially. So unlawful and dangerous act manslaughter, particularly probably in those jurisdictions where there is a coercive control offence. So I think it is a sort of unexpected or unintended potential consequence of coercive control law that it could actually underpin manslaughter charges in some jurisdictions as well.
So you're saying, I mean, this evidence is really important, by the way. For me, this is going to be a critical area for our community to think about and inquire about the structure of the law, where legislators and these new coercion control laws need real thought. So the manslaughter element, but are you saying that's unintended consequence?
Well, I don't know that people were thinking of charging coercive control and using that offence to underpin a manslaughter charge.
But that's the evidence emerging from the operation of the laws. Yeah.
In the UK,
you think that'll happen here as well, or do you know? It's too early to say that.
Well, I certainly think my experience of looking at and evaluating new laws, for example, strangulation laws in Queensland, is that often a law that is the higher level law, if that's on the table for consideration, police will at least go to a lower level law. So if we've got coercive control there and there's a death, and we can think, is there a homicide here? Is this a unlawful and dangerous act manslaughter? And there's slightly different in each jurisdiction how that would work. That opens the question, I think, and then at least we would get some kind of prosecution like coercive control. So, I think it potentially is
But your evidence here, I think I heard you say, is that you want us to consider, in the operation of these coercive control laws, the absolute operation of these laws to follow up, even if a person has suicided, that the whole law should say factors like this should be considered and should be investigated and should be prosecuted.
I think this is primarily for police and prosecution services. I was thinking to ensure there was good investigation to potentially support charges post-death, as well as obviously all the preventative reasons for why you would want to do that deep investigation. But obviously, judges aren't going to have much to do with the decision on what to charge, of course. But they will need to be educated around coercive control because it plays into so many of the things that they're dealing with, the defences that they're giving directions on and so on. So yes, they should be educated about this as well.
And I feel like I'm making you say the same thing, but the best in Australia, in practical terms, the way to do this is now through the new coercive control laws. There's no other body of law really addressing this at this point in time, is there? It's sort of just the new.
Well, like I said, in the UK, so it depends on the facts, obviously, and different suicides might have been preceded by different forms of domestic and family violence. So it might have been that there were assaults that can be charged, strangulations. There might be evidence of those things. There might be evidence of stalking. For example, some of the cases I mentioned were preceded by stalking. So hundreds of text messages, for example, and she would try to escape to refuge, etc., and could not escape and eventually suicided. So there was stalking charges potentially there that were charged. But in terms of underpinning a manslaughter case, I think coercive control looks potentially logical in the Australian context as it's been used in the UK.
Maybe better. I mean, I'd express the observation that, again, this is where people struggle with the system, because if a person ends up dead, and then stalking is the charge or an assault, often the families and often the community understands why this person. I mean, people say it's complex, but often in these situations there's at least a strong possibility or a link, and they end up being charged with a stalking offence. It feels like justice is not been
enough.
served.
Look, at the moment there may not be much charged at all or anything charged at all, so there is that to consider. But yeah, look, I agree with you. Some families will be very unhappy about that level of intervention. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. One of the challenges we've had raised to us from a number of witnesses is that when coroners are looking or police are looking for evidence that there has been, a background of family or domestic violence, what's being put in either records or in coroners' cases is difficult childhood or relationship issues. Has that played out in these other jurisdictions where these laws are, like, how are they dealing with those?
Look, I think this is you make a really interesting point. We now have a coroner in Victoria, Therese McCarthy, who is a domestic violence specialist. So she is very aware of these kinds of issues. But not all coroners, certainly not all coroners, have that deep background. So Therese McCarthy, for example, worked in the domestic violence specialist courts for years in Victoria and did the training for other magistrates in Victoria. I think different magistrates have different approaches. I think different coroners have different approaches. Different coroners will be more aware, and different things will spark their concern to highlight for them a red flag of domestic and family violence abuse, depending on their training. So I think coroners in particular need to understand this link between domestic and family violence, and really interrogate questions of drug use, for example. So I've been involved in a coronial inquest where a woman did come to the relationship with mental health issues using prescribed medications, but when she entered the relationship with her partner, he encouraged her to use other drugs with him, illicit drugs, which made it more difficult for her to connect to services because she was now involved in illicit substances. And so I think there's a sort of coerced drug use aspect there. So if you're a magistrate who understands those concepts, you might see that as a concern. So I think having well-educated coroners about these issues is really important.
Yeah, lovely, thank you very much. Ms. Whitty.
I'm just wondering if you could give me some more insights to coercive control, in that for the victim, it can be quite invisible and gradual, and I think sometimes it can be invisible for the perpetrator as well. And I don't have an understanding of what other laws of coercive control have done. So if you can just give me a better understanding of some ways that it can be identified and understood, I guess, in more of that preventative space rather than...
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think the problem with the criminal law, which I've worked in, and actually a lot of other services, is we like to focus on single incidents. So we like to say, there's the assault, there's the violence. But I think what we need to see is a whole picture of this relationship. So we need to be able to see the whole picture of when you go out with your friends, what happens? Does he text you 50 times saying, where are you? Do you have access to your bank accounts? Obviously there are going to be some women who determine that they're the ones who control the finances of the family, or the partner does, and that's not necessarily coercive control. We're looking for patterns. So the idea would be to, and it's more difficult, I think, to get this kind of history. It's easy to sort of take a picture of a bruise and say there's an assault. We need this pattern of behaviours. So it's essentially patterns that control that woman's life and limit her freedom in the world. So access to money, access to relationships, access to work, access to education, access to spare time. All of these kinds of things might be constrained by micro-regulation in the home, for example, by technology-facilitated abuse that's tracking her in space all of the time, being discouraged from going to work, being discouraged to have educational opportunities, not having access to her own finances or having very limited access to the finances despite perhaps bringing in money to the family home, being told how to do things, how to dress. So we need a picture of this to really understand, and there's not a magic number of 6 different incidences connected together. It is really a dynamic or a pattern of coercive controlling behaviours that we need to see together. And the impact of that pattern of behaviours is that her behaviours are restricted, that her freedom is lost.
And so, if quite often, if that is your experience as the victim, you don't see that, but the family members do see that. Is there the ability for the family to bring that to the attention of the police or authorities, or is that a part of these other laws?
Well, I mean, anyone can complain to the police about an offence. I don't know that many family members would take the police as their first step to call on. They might call an 1800 number or something like that, or talk to another family member who maybe works in the space or has some connection to the space. I think mostly people don't go to the police in those contexts. Maybe they should feel more confident to do that, but I don't think they would do that. They could make a complaint about an offence. You can ring up and say, you know, there's assaults happening next door. There would be no necessary problem for you to ring up and say you think there's this going on, and the police will determine whether they'll investigate it. So yeah, that would be possible. I think trying to stay connected with women is really important, and obviously that's often obstructed by abusive partners. What do families do? They really struggle with this. Some try to be ready for the moment that she leaves, and often it takes 3 or 4 times for her to leave the family, to leave completely the relationship. Some obviously never do. And I think being available is really important, that those family and friends are available to it and supportive, and constantly offering that support. If you ever need me, I'm here. And often people will eventually reach out for that support. Do I have any great ideas? You know, I think offering to go with people to services, so domestic violence services, for example, to get advice is possible. Offering to take them to a lawyer to get advice would be possible. So there might be a range of options available depending on the community they're in. There's a lot of work being done in our centre around religious leaders and how they need to be more aware of family violence, so that if they have these communications with their community, they should be able to make referrals and give advice appropriately. So it depends what the community is that those family members are involved in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for both of your submissions. A lot of important work being done. I was wondering if you could tell me more about the coronial inquest process, because we haven't yet had the opportunity to speak to a coroner, but as you were mentioning, there is a varying degree of experience in family violence support, and while you do offer training, the legislation, as I understand it, includes a lot of discretion for coroners. Do you think it's necessary for the process to be more prescriptive and more intensive in how it forensically looks at cases of suicide as a general rule? Because from memory, they don't always require an inquest, do they?
No, they don't, and they will look into. They may do an inquest on the papers, so whatever the police have got together. So if the police have made a very basic investigation, just talk to potentially the perpetrator or the husband, and you know, perhaps contacted her medical services. If she's been in touch with medical services, that might be all that's in the brief, and that might be the decisions made. If it's a drug overdose, for example, and there's evidence that she's had a long history of drug use, it might be considered pretty open and shut, and they'll make a decision that we know what the death is. The death was caused, you know, coroner has a relatively limited number of questions to answer, what, who, and so on. And so they might decide, well, there's been a drug overdose here, there's really nothing to explore. And, she had good services, there was clear connections, there's no negligence there, and that might be the end of the story. So really, the investigation by police at that very early stage is really important to make sure, and that's why I think Joanna's Law could be helpful, to make sure that if there's any of these red flags, and there's quite a list of them in the legislation, that would prompt them to actually go beyond just getting the medical records and just speaking to the people she lived with, and to extend that investigation out further to look for other things. So I think it's really important. The other point to make about coroners is, like every other service, they're under-resourced or out of control with the resources available to them. So they actually have to make choices about what investigations they do. So sometimes what they're doing is, and I can understand why this happens, they're making very strategic decisions to investigate certain deaths. So if they're interested in this connection between suicide, mental health, drug use and so on, they might pick a case that really highlights that to explore it. So, if we're thinking about coroners investigating every single domestic violence associated death, I mean, that's a perfect world. But I suspect that the pushback will be we can't.
Is another challenge that the need to establish that the family of sexual domestic violence is sufficiently proximate? That seems like a fairly vague test. So that looks at in terms of point in time, as I understand it.
Yeah, look, that's right. So we know that one of the terrible things about domestic and family violence is isolation. It's a lot easier to control a person when they're isolated and you are the one that they're relying on. So often people talk about their family and friends getting picked off one by one in various ways, whether that's literally not allowed, cut off on the phone, or he'll tell his partner that, she doesn't make you feel good, you should cut off ties with them, you always come back unhappy when you've seen them, etc. Your mum's interfering, you should just talk to me about those things, etc. So they talk about this isolation. So this can be tricky because there's not immediately, obviously, family members to contact. So the case I mentioned before, they would have had to make some efforts to get contact with her family.
So when, in terms of time as well, the impacts of family domestic violence can go into years.
Yeah.
So if there's no evidence of the weeks preceding the death of any such event occurring, does that mean that is more likely to just not be considered as part of the process?
I'm sure that's the case, yeah. I mean, I think the problem with all of our services is they're in some ways looking for reasons not to give the service, because they've got plenty of people that need the service. So they're filtering constantly as to who is most in need of their time. And I suppose people like me are trying to put domestic violence in that front of mind for people to consider in these contexts and to prioritise that particular question. But that's in some ways what it comes down to, I think.
I'm going to jump a bit just in the interest of time. In terms of establishing involuntary manslaughter and other offences, there's often a kind of reasonable person test.
Yeah.
Do you think education of the community around the effects of coercive control and things like that can help move the needle?
100%. So there's a good example of the one punch can kill law, which there was a Court of Appeal decision which said, the community knows this now. So, and that was a big campaign of increasing community knowledge. And so I think, we could make that argument. And I think that's the argument that's been made in the UK.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we have two questions online for you. So, Ms. Cheney.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is about the nature of judicial guidance and guidance to coroners. Is there a precedent of other type of guidance or training being provided, and what's the mechanism for doing that? And who decides what guidance is provided, and is it binding?
I think there's
obviously can't be binding, but
that's right. I mean, that's one of the problems, is that judicial education is pretty opt-in. But if there's a chief magistrate or chief judge that's kind of leading the way, that can often bring everybody with them. So they're really important people to get on side, I think, the chief of the jurisdiction, whatever jurisdiction you're looking at. There are two organisations in Australia, the Australasian Institute of Judicial Administration and the National Judicial Council of Australia. And both of those organisations, they're kind of like judicial unions, and they provide nationally education to judges. There's also other bodies within New South Wales and Victoria that are quite strong, and some work in Queensland that provides judicial education as well. It's a little bit ad hoc in other jurisdictions as far as I'm aware. But those two national organisations would be good places to start. The Australian Institute of Judicial Administration sees themselves as setting up the sort of research or material component, whereas the NJCA sees themselves as setting out with that material to provide it to the judges and to deliver the courses and so on. So the National Domestic and Family Violence Bench Book that I ran for 10 years, which is still run by others now since this year, is a tool that's produced essentially by the AIJA, and that's used to educate judges through the NJCA. So I think that could pick up this kind of information, that bench book, and it could be delivered through the NJCA training. I've actually talked about suicide to the National Judicial Council training sessions on occasion, the links between suicide and domestic violence, but I don't believe many coroners would go to that training, so you would probably want particularly targeted coronial education, I think, because coroners operate as coroners, they're not doing other work, so having specific judicial education for them, I think, would be a really good idea on this topic.
And just one follow-up question. Are there precedents of education being set out at a national level for coroners on other topics? You know, is there a mechanism by which it can be, you know, that can be rolled out to coroners across the country?
Well, as judicial officers, the NJCA could do that work. They'd probably want to get some support for it, but they could do that work. And it may be underpinned by some kind of establishing the modules through the AIJA, the other organisation that I talked about that develops the materials for training. So it could be something. So the National Domestic and Family Violence Bench Book, for example, is funded by the States and Territories and the Commonwealth Attorney General's Department. So they've funded that. So this is something that potentially could be funded in that way, specifically to coroners. I'd imagine it could be a fairly short 2-hour session that was produced across the country. But yeah, I think that's possible through that model.
And under that model, in those 2 hours, what do you think would be the key things to cover? Is it, you know, risk factors and connections between suicide and domestic violence, and, you know, warning signs to look out for?
Yeah, and what is domestic violence? So I think that that would be, I don't think we should assume that. I think a lot of people still think domestic violence is, you know, hitting someone on the head. So I think that education for coroners around domestic violence would be important as well, just the basics also.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Ng.
Thank you, Chair, and Professor Douglas. Thank you for sharing your expertise today. My question is just around criminal proceedings and court proceedings, and that they can be quite traumatic for victim survivors and their families. So both with coercive control prosecutions and any, prosecutions there might be around manslaughter or adapted manslaughter charges. You've mentioned training for judges and possibly training for the community, but what other supports do you think need to be in place so that for either, victim survivors or the families of people that have suicided, what kind of supports need to be in place to ensure that the court processes aren't harmful to them?
Yeah, Joanna's law actually also talks about that and has sections that relate to making sure that family violence support services are able to be accessed also by extended family through these processes. So that's one model. Again, the resource question. We've already got really packed resource problems, and this would just be another thing that we're adding on. So, but that is the model they have, that it would be domestic violence support services that would be able to support people through these processes.
Do you guys have the domestic violence support services in court or throughout the process? Is that right?
Yeah, more like a sort of caseworker approach, following the family through the processes. Does that make sense? Yeah.
It does, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Look, one other issue that you raised in your submissions is I can't find a spot now, regarding euthanasia and voluntary assisted dying. Are you referring to through the formal processes of voluntary assisted dying as well as? Yeah.
So,
okay.
This was really a warning shot, really, I suppose. In Canada, there's been quite a lot of research lately. It's a much more expanded version of euthanasia than we have in any Australian jurisdiction. We're quite narrow relatively. And what they're finding in Canada is that women's suicide and women's euthanasia and young women's euthanasia processes are becoming increasingly common. And there's questions around pressure that those women might be experiencing to get engaged in that process. And that's a context where mental health issues can trigger a request for euthanasia. So I suppose that was really just a concern that when we're thinking about euthanasia, we don't move to expand it too much.
Right. Okay. So you're not.
I'm not worried about Australia at the moment.
Something right now.
No.
That's also good to know.
Yep.
Lovely. Thank you. Any other questions from my right here? No. Any more online?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much for your evidence. That has been, both the submissions and verbally, has been really very helpful and very interesting. We may get back to you, and thank you for the additional material as well. Thank you. So I've got my little formal words to say. Thank you for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, I can't remember if we did or not.
I don't think so.
Please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday, 3rd of July. If you think there's something else we need to know, feel free to do that as well. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. You'll be sent a copy of your transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Committee will now suspend for a brief break, resuming at 10:45 a.m. Oops, I'm in the wrong page. Let me start again. I now welcome Professor Manjula O'Connor to give evidence. Professor O'Connor, I believe you're online.
Yes, I am.
Fantastic.
From the airport.
Thank you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Professor Manjula O'Connor. I am a psychiatrist, honorary associate professor of psychiatry, University of Melbourne, adjunct professor, University of New South Wales, and I founder Australasian Centre for Human Rights and Health. I am here in my capacity as an individual representing myself.
Lovely, thank you very much. Although you're not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and it has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is also being broadcast. I'm Louise Miller-Frost. I'm the federal member for Boothby, which is the Adelaide Southern Suburbs, and I'm the chair of the committee. And we'll just quickly introduce the committee to you.
Thank you.
I'm Sarah Whitty. I'm the federal member for Melbourne.
Matthew Gregg, federal member for Deakin, also in Victoria.
Okay, so they're both in the room with me. And online we have Ms Cheney.
Yes, Kate Cheney, member for Curtin in Western Australia.
And Mr.
Thank you.
And Mr. Ng.
Sorry.
Okay. Mr. Ng may not be back online yet, but I'm sure will join us shortly. So, Professor O'Connor, did you wish to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I lost that.
Sorry, do you have an opening statement that you'd like to make?
Yeah, thank you. I'm a psychiatrist with extensive clinical experience working with migrant women affected by domestic and family violence. My research and advocacy focus is on coercive control within migrant communities, dowry abuse and financial coercion, mental health impacts of family violence, including suicidality, and structural vulnerabilities affecting migrant women. My work has been published in peer-reviewed journals and contributes to emerging research on the mental health consequences of dowry abuse, coercive control, and family violence amongst migrant women. And as I said before, I'm also the founding and executive director of the Australasian Centre for Human Rights and Health. Through clinical practice and community engagement, I have observed recurring patterns of severe psychological, mental, and psychiatric distress amongst women experiencing family violence. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Look, we have heard from previous witnesses a little about the specific issues facing migrant women, particularly those who are on various types of restricted visa or visa conditions. Are you able to, are there particular visa situations or visa conditions that... Here in the airport, are there any particular visa or visa conditions that are specifically overrepresented in the family domestic violence sector?
I think that the particular visa types that are vulnerable are, I can hear my voice echoing, sorry. Are those who are on temporary visas, and that's quite commonly known, but the ones that are on skilled migrant visas and partners of students, and even some partners of people on illegal visas or people who have overstayed their visas. And I've seen quite a few women in that latter category who are extremely vulnerable.
if you're within a terminal, please make your way with urgency to gate 24. So it's Evelyn Stevens and Deborah Corley.
Okay. So
I'm not
that's
sure how Hansard will deal with that. I guess one of the other issues that we're aware of is a lack of services available to people who are non-citizens, non-residents, and particularly some of those support services as well. Can you speak a little bit to where that leaves women?
Yes, so currently these women, sorry, the echoing is coming through. So the women who are on these temporary visas often do not have access to Medicare services and particularly mental health kind of services until fairly late. Like they do get Medicare cards, but they don't come for up to sometimes months later, and that really disrupts the proper care. Because of our advocacy, I am pleased that the government is allowing these people to have Medicare irrespective of their visa types, but there is such a delay in issuing that card that women that I see in my practice as a psychiatrist, I often have to see them pro bono for maybe 6-7 sessions until their Medicare card comes through, at which point I bulk bill them so that they're, I probably am only one of the few people in private who actually sees women without any cost to them. And that is something that I know that domestic violence services people do get funding for these people, but that's often not directed towards people like me, particularly psychiatrists. And I cannot speak about the psychologists, but for us, we now, because of my own advocacy within the College of Psychiatrists, number of psychiatrists have started to see these women because we have now got ourselves ready, prepared, and educated to deal with this one. But the government is needs to be prepared to see where there is a gap going on, and these women are falling through those gaps. So they don't get proper care until months into their victimhood, and by the time they get the support, I find the women are in extreme distress and often not having received appropriate help, which then contributes to suicidality and a sense of hopelessness and a feeling of being trapped in the system, and they escape the entrapment of the perpetration of violence, but then the system doesn't support them. Thanks.
Now we know that some of these communities, there's a lot of stigma about talking about either family domestic or family issues generally, but family domestic violence, and also about mental health and suicidality, and particularly for women who are on vulnerable visas, the fear of basically being sent overseas as a result of disclosing. What is it that we could do? I'll just wait for that. What is it we could do to help police and other frontline services recognise this as an issue, and how can they work around that to actually identify that this is a woman who is at risk of either suicide or family domestic violence?
Can I start first with the major problem of, so there are two issues here. One is the stigma of not being able to speak openly about their mental health trauma and suicidality. The second is not even recognizing that they are going through this kind of a mental health trauma, because often they don't have right language to express their distress. But there is a third problem, which is that most of the women that I have been asked to help are also misidentified perpetrators. And this is the biggest issue that causes ongoing suicidality amongst women, because once they are trapped into the system of being called a perpetrator when they have been a victim for a number of years, the system continues to misrepresent the story, in the sense that they are the system gets abused by the perpetrator, and in turn the system then abuses the bona fide victim. And the number of women that I have currently that I'm treating in my own practice, where suicidality is continuous, their children that have been taken away from them by the system because they were misidentified perpetrators of coercive control, and then worse still. And I can say that for my own colleagues who then go on to write reports, mental health reports, and by this mental health reports, I mean the psychologists and the psychiatrists write mental health reports labeling these women as borderline personality disorders. It is the worst kind of trauma that the women are being subjected to. As a result of that, we are in a situation where it can take up to years, like 3-4 years, for the women to be exonerated, so to speak, to say, oh yeah, sorry, you're the genuine victim. This is the biggest issue I have with the police right now, that they can't seem to figure out who is the genuine perpetrator, which is then costing the system so much, because the women are needing ongoing mental health support. I am seeing these women sometimes twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week, even on weekends, urgent calls for years, which the government is paying Medicare fees for them, and I bother them, costing the government so much on all fronts: the police, the laws, the courts, the lawyers, the legal system, and myself, the Medicare costs. I really think that ought to be the priority area for the police and the justice system to look at. And I actually also mean the justice system, including the courts and the court report writers who are carrying out this form of misjustice that can hardly be believed in the modern day. Thank you.
Thank you. We have had evidence from other witnesses about this issue of misidentification. In your experience, what should police and the justice system actually, like, how is it happening that people are being misidentified, and what would be the change that would stop that happening or make it less likely?
So most of the situation where the misidentification is happening is where there is coercive control going on by the perpetrator, the one who's a genuine perpetrator. So what they are doing is that, I just want to give you a kind of a story made up of a number of patients, that these women who have come across being married, maybe married just 1-2 years, or could be married for even 10 years. They have been subjected to ongoing coercive control. It can be because of any number of reasons. Can be because they want more dowry, they want more money, or they want to have more control over her, or that she is a little bit more outspoken to the in-law family who want a more subservient a daughter-in-law, it can be any of those factors. So what happens is that the ideal daughter-in-law from a community that comes from most of these Eastern countries is someone who is an obedient and basically a sort of a servile, who plays a more of a servile kind of a role within the extended family household. If there is a digression from those expectations, then there is coercive control that is perpetrated by the perpetrator as well as by the in-law family. There is often extended family system, which in fact by itself is a supportive system, but when it goes bad, it can go very bad. So this is where what happens is that they decide they want to get rid of this person. They want to abandon this person from the family, but can't figure out a way of doing it. And there's a continuous coercive control of, domestic servitude, follow the instructions, isolation from their family, from their social networks. And if there is a pushback from this person who is often low down in the hierarchy of family structure, then there is more, a pushback can be more of an angry response from this most hapless of the family member who is then videoed. And that, for example, I can tell you this woman who suffered this kind of control and was thrown out of the house, and the door is locked on her, and she smashed the door down, at which point the perpetrator quickly took a video of her smashing the door down, and she looks like an extremely aggressive woman who is hell-bent on destroying the property, but she has been abandoned and kicked out of her marital home, and following years of control and abuse. And the police came and handcuffed her and took her to the police station. When she had complained to the police a number of times before by phone call about the abuse she was suffering, the police chose to disregard the previous phone calls that had occurred over the previous 2-3 years and followed the video evidence presented by the perpetrator. So what is happening is that the episodic evidence that the police are trained to use overlooks the pattern of coercive control that the women suffer, and they cannot understand that the anger is simply a response to the trauma, and that it is a natural response to the ongoing coercive control and trauma her brain is being subjected to. I'm sorry I'm saying her brain, because majority of these women, of these victims are women. And so the police are much more impressed by the video evidence and so are the courts. And they quickly give her the label of a perpetrator, handcuff her, remove from the house, kids are removed from her, and she can't get support from the domestic family violence services. She can't get legal aid to support her. She can't get a safe house. And these women come to me in absolute state of extreme suicidality, because there is no one in the system that is willing to help them. I am the person who writes the reports to break this cycle, the chain. And my report is treated by the court as a treating psychiatrist report, which is being often prepared after having had 5, 6, 7, 8 sessions with the person, with this misidentified perpetrator. But this report is dismissed by the court as biased because I'm a treating psychiatrist. Therefore, I am not going to be impartial to this victim story, and I am going to give the court a biased opinion. The court does not see that I am a professional psychiatrist of 40 years of experience. No, that is pushed to one side. The court quickly appoints, because the perpetrator says this woman is mad, she has been aggressive, she is violent. Look at this video. Her children are at risk, so I, the father, must get these children, and I am not going to let her have the share of the marital pool, property pool, because she cannot care for the children, and therefore I demand his lawyers say a mental health report on her, a court report. The court report writers, who are these days often psychologists, social workers, sometimes psychiatrists, all go on, and I repeat this, and I have seen this dozens upon dozens of times, go on to dismiss the domestic violence story, often by 80%. Whatever the perpetrator says is recorded absolutely faithfully. What she says, what the victim says, is misidentified, misrepresented by these court report writers. I can show you numerous reports I have read that have actually misrepresented what the victim actually stated to them, who was the so-called misidentified perpetrator. And these reports then label her either as a borderline personality disorder or as paranoid. I can tell you women who were the primary carer for those 2 children. I can think of a woman right now, a primary carer of 2 children who was misidentified as a borderline personality disorder with paranoid features, totally wrong, by another psychiatrist, court report writer. Her children were taken away from her completely. This is 7 years down the track, and she still has not seen her children. Not seen her children.
Thank you, Professor.
Can you tell
O'Connor,
me how did that woman survive? Why would she not become suicidal? Why are these court report writers being given so much power over the treating clinicians, practitioners' reports? Why is it that the system continues to disregard the reports that are being produced, the evidence that is being produced in clinical settings as less important? And even the police do that, the courts do that, the judiciary does that. The system is perpetrating the abuse exactly as planned by the actual perpetrator.
Thank you, Professor O'Connor. Professor O'Connor, I'm aware that you are on a time frame because you have to catch a flight. That's been really helpful, but I've got other people in the room who might want to ask you questions. So if I can just interrupt you at that point, and I'll pass to Mr. Gregg.
Thank you very much, Dr. O'Connor. Reading some of your reports focusing on dowry abuse, would it be fair to say that that the risk factors kind of vary between communities or different backgrounds? And what are some of the protective factors we might find, such as getting buy-in from community leaders and others, because of the unique challenge you've pointed out of this kind of multi-perpetrator or group-based abuse as a unique characteristic?
So I think that the dowry abuse problem is actually, I've highlighted that as within the Indian subcontinent as being particularly prevalent, but the dowry abuse actually occurs across a lot of African, Middle Eastern, and the subcontinental areas of the world. In some parts, like in the African and some of the Middle Eastern, the dowry is given by the groom to the bride's family, whereas in the Indian subcontinent and South Asian context, the dowry is given by the bride to the groom's family. And what I have shown is that how the imported brides are much more vulnerable in this context because the lack of awareness on the part of the imported brides about, that they've been extorted and it is against now. The fact that we actually brought in our advocacy, my NGO's advocacy, we've been very supported by the federal government legislation, Family Law Act, that now incorporates dowry abuse as an example of family violence, as well as the Victorian and the WA legislation, that now we can actually say to the women and to their families back home that, look, no one can demand any gifts from you if you don't want to give them. You can give them gifts, but you don't have to give them gifts that you don't wish to give if the perpetrators are demanding it. And this is the protective factor, but the but is that we need the communities to learn more about this law and to know how to use it. We need the judiciary to know about it. We need the police to know about it. We need the lawyers to know about it, and the communities, because currently we have the laws, but they are not being used at the moment, and we are still waiting for the law to be tested in the courts. And so this is the one protective factor, but the other, as you mentioned, very much is that the faith leaders can play a role if only they would allow their congregations to learn about it. Often they don't like to do it for whatever reasons, but I think that this is where the governments can help us, our NGOs, the NGOs on the ground, to, can I just let this? Sorry, this is. And make sure that you carry on talking with you. Please. Sorry. Sorry. Oh my God. Sorry. Don't please go in the home and they arrival on the arrival baggage. Okay. Has your destination? So basically, we just need the cooperation from the faith leaders and community leaders to allow people to actually learn about these laws. Just on that, if I can say a little bit more, we are going to hold our third National Dowry Abuse Summit at the Melbourne University in September, just towards those goals. But we really still do need a lot of support from the government to create those awareness and those help us make those connections with the organizations so that people can know that these laws exist and how to use them. Thanks.
Thank you.
My question was just going to be if you could provide some insights into some cultural differences that we need to consider.
In terms of?
Well, when we were reviewing these, creating these laws, etc., we just want to make sure that we're not missing anything when we consider different cultures. So if there's anything particular that you can think of, if not, that's fine.
Like red flags.
Yeah.
You mean in terms of suicidality?
Yeah.
Hello?
No.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So, okay. So I think one of the things that we need to be aware of is that wherever there is entrapment, ongoing entrapment, where people feel like they cannot escape a situation, whether it is an actual entrapment, for example, being locked up in a room for a long time, or whether it is an enforced entrapment through controls, or whether it is even an internal or a psychological entrapment where you feel you cannot leave because of societal pressures, that entrapment will lead to a chronic state of learned helplessness and a sense of defeat, and that turns into loss of motivation to live and suicidality. So basically, that is a fundamental principle across all cultures, but where it becomes more prominent amongst migrant communities is if the women do not have that recognition that there is a safety door they can escape through, that there will be someone out there to look out for them, and that there will be someone who will give them all the support they need. So the orange doors in Victoria are definitely helpful. They do help, but people don't even know orange door or 1800 respect numbers exist. And so and also not women, people get actual pamphlets from the federal government about information about all of these things, but often people don't read them as they enter the country. And we do want that settlement services need to educate these new migrants more about what help is available if they get into trouble. And that knowledge transfer needs to happen for these new migrants. And my organization, the Australasian Centre for Human Rights and Health, we did create some actual programs to familiarize migrant people about the laws around domestic violence and where to get help. And, that program we can easily execute in partnership with settlement services if an opportunity was provided. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Ng, I believe you are online with a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, it's Gabriel Ng here, the member for Menzies. Thank you very much for your time today. You mentioned the vulnerability that particular visa holders have, and that, this puts them at greater risk because of their precarious visa conditions. Now, there's the domestic violence visas that are available to people who are on, say, partner visas. I was just wondering your reflections on those visas and the supports available through them, and if they provide some amelioration of the risk, or if there's greater measures that are needed.
Thank you. That is excellent question, because we actually have been working with the government for a long time about this domestic violence visas. And I actually even had a personal chat with Minister Tony Burke about it. And I belong to a I represent my organization, the Australasian Centre on National, we have a national advocacy group for temporary visa holders who are victims of domestic violence. And so I actually spoke to Minister Burke about, please, can we get a domestic family violence visa for these women, because it makes them so extremely vulnerable to all these traumas. And Minister said to me that, look, it is something that is doable, but only for victims who are partners of either Australian permanent residents or Australian citizens. And that's all fine, and that I have seen those kind of visas come through. Thank you to the government and to the Home Affairs and Minister Julian Hill for that. But the women who are the real vulnerable are those who are partners of student, international student visas, or skilled migrant visas, or other forms of people who might be here on other kinds of visas. So they are the women who are actually falling through the cracks at this moment. And what we are advocating is, please, can we get one straight out domestic family violence visa for bona fide victims of domestic violence, because it's not fair to kick them out of the country when they have been a victim of the crime that is being committed in the country. So that was one thing. The second one was women who have been abandoned and been tricked into going back home, which is also called the exit trafficking. And the government has definitely, the women have an opportunity to come back into the country within 30 days or 28 days if they let the embassy know back in their home country. So that period is a bit of a concern, because a lot of women don't get to know about it for 2-3 months later on. So we like that period to be extended. But the second one is that the women who were married, let's just say about India, because I know a lot more about India, but this applies across to all the other countries. So the women who were married overseas in at the home country, and then the dowry taken, collected in which, as you know, is in $100,000 or more, gold, diamonds, all that. The dowry is confiscated, and the woman is abandoned back in India. They never get invited by the perpetrator, who has now returned back to Australia, left that married woman back in India, who now has absolutely zero hope of recovering her lost life savings, her parents' life savings. And the government, the Australian government, doesn't recognize her as having any rights whatsoever. And we think that is extremely unfair, and that these women should be recognized as fair victims of family domestic violence and abandonment, and given equal rights as those women who are on the Australian soil. And I can tell you, there are reports of women abandoned. I actually wrote about it in my book, Daughters of Durga. There is actual record of Australian citizens who have gone and abandoned these women back in India. And those women have contacted me, and we have not been able to get any assistance from the Australian government to get those women across. I was fortunately able to get 3 women across when we held our second National Dowry Summit with University of New South Wales in 2017 in Sydney, and I actually took a guarantee, gave the government guarantee, and got them across on tourist visa, and all three of them then ended up getting, I think, some kind of residency visa in Australia. And I was, that was the very first time that those three women came across. But from all accounts, as far as I know, there are at least about 500 or more than that women sitting in India abandoned by the Australian citizens who have taken their dowry and then abandoned them back home. And the amount of trauma these women go through, the amount of suicidality, the mental health anguish, and even their parents and their families who suffer as a result of that. I beg the government to think and take notice of this issue, which is causing a lot of problem as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your expertise in this area.
Thank you.
All right.
No further questions for me. Thank you, Chair.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Dr. O'Connor. That's been really helpful and has given us a lot of insight into an area that we've had a little bit of evidence about, but not a great deal. So that has been very helpful. I particularly take on board your issue with the court report writers and I guess their knowledge and training around domestic violence and understanding, identification of perpetrators. So very much appreciate your time, and I'll just do my final thing before we allow you to go and get your flight.
Sure.
Thank you for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, I don't think we did, but please forward it to the Secretariat by the 3rd of July 2026. Please note the responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you in answering questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections of transcript errors. Thank you so much for your time and your expertise, and we wish you a safe flight.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm really grateful. Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Are they coming online? Oh, they're online as well. Right. Okay. So we're just waiting for the next people to come online. Yeah, should we suspend for a few minutes? We'll suspend for a few minutes. Now. All right. I now welcome representatives of the Refugee Advice and Casework Service to give evidence for the Hansard record. Would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Mursal Rahimi, Senior Casework and Policy Solicitor at the Refugee Advice and Casework Service. Nabila Reza, Senior Solicitor Team Lead at the Refugee Advice and Casework Service.
Thank you very much. Although you're not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and it has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence you give today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And just so you know, it is also being broadcast. I'm Louise Miller-Frost. I'm the federal member for Boothby, which is in Adelaide's southern suburbs, and I'm the chair of the committee. And I'll just introduce the committee so you know who's here.
I'm Sarah Wishy, the member for Melbourne.
Matthew Gregg, the member for Deakin.
And online we have Mr Ng.
Gabriel Ng, the member for Menzies.
And Ms Cheney.
Kate Cheney, member for Curtin. Hello.
Thank you. And I don't think we have anyone else online at the moment. No, we're all looking blankly. Lovely. Thank you very much, Nabila and Masai. Do you have a brief opening statement you'd like to make?
Yes, we do.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, committee. I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we are calling from today, the Gadigal and Bidjigal people of the Eora Nation. We pay our respects to them and note the importance of such acknowledgements. We also acknowledge that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples experience significant levels of domestic, family, and sexual violence and are a high-risk group for suicide, which has been explored in evidence given to this committee. My name is Mursal Rahimi, and I am a Senior Policy and Casework Solicitor at the Refugee Advice and Casework Service, also known as RACS. I'm joined by my colleague, Nabila Reza, RACS Senior Solicitor Team Lead. We thank the committee for the opportunity to provide evidence with respect to this inquiry, as it is a chance for the government to hear about and deconstruct the issues that make RACS's clients vulnerable to a higher risk of GSSB victimization and suicidality. RACS provides critical free legal advice and representation to financially disadvantaged and vulnerable people seeking asylum in Australia. Our services include people to apply for protection, apply for the right to work, for family reunion, assisting with citizenship, and challenging government decisions. We have specialist programs that in the financial year 2024 to 25 assisted 182 people seeking asylum on the basis of their sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and sex characteristics, as well as a specialist program that works with 315 women seeking protection who are at risk of gender-based harm. It's in this context that we frequently hear from our clients about their experiences of domestic, family, and sexual violence, and observe the ways in which this can be destructive for their mental health and manifest in a higher risk of suicidality. With our submissions to the inquiry, we wanted to emphasise who our particular client group are and why they must be considered within this inquiry, what it is about the Australian immigration landscape and the levels of support available that places them at an increased predisposition to both CSSB and mental harm. The irony being that in order to secure safety in Australia, the path many must go through cannot be deemed safe for this cohort of people. And lastly, the links between their lived experience, the significant mental harm that arises as a result, and its inextricable link to increased risk of suicidality. Our clients experience and fear a range of forms of violence, which can include things like visa coercion, systems abuse, honour killings, modern slavery, LGBTQI+ identity-based abuse, and female genital mutilation. For our clients, while they're journeying through the immigration landscape, there are numerous intersecting challenges that both predispose them to a greater risk of violence, as well as undermines their ability to access justice or relief from this harm. This can include things like language and literacy levels, trauma from displacement, a distrust of authorities, and stigma. For temporary visa holders, their visa status also means that they don't have access to critical services, like Medicare, the right to work, study, social support payments, public and social housing. All of this adds added complexity for this cohort when it comes to addressing their risks. We're grateful to our clients who provided their consent to share their experiences in our written submission to this committee. Clients like Layla, whose abusive husband took control of her immigration matters, or Diana, who was misidentified as a perpetrator of
Sorry, can I
VIC.
just jump in there? Could I ask you just not to name specific people, if that's all right?
Yes,
So by all means, talk about the examples, but if you could avoid the names, that would be lovely.
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course, and for the benefit of the committee, these are stories that were included in our submission. These are all pseudonyms, are not the names of the client, and the case studies have been given with their consent.
Thank you, and you can be assured that we have read your submission, so go ahead.
Of course, thank you, committee. As well as another one of our clients who was stuck in a situation of modern slavery because she was without the right to work in Australia. It's these experiences that highlight the layered challenges for people, particularly women seeking asylum and refugees, and remind us that there is much work to be done in this space. Throughout our submission, we've made a number of recommendations that could help address some of these challenges experienced by the clients we support, broadly including things like recognizing this group as a distinct one that requires unique consideration, increasing funds for frontline services, including and especially psychological, legal and social work services, allowing the right to work and study for all people seeking asylum, and increasing the social security safety net for refugees and people seeking asylum. While organisations like RAC can provide further education, training and of course legal advocacy, these efforts must be complemented by the implementation of targeted and relevant supports for this cohort of people, things like housing, financial aid, funded frontline services and information and language. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and look, thank you for your submission. It's been really helpful to have a submission that does look specifically at this sector of our community and provide that evidence. Can I start by asking, in the communities, and I recognise that we're not talking about one community, you're talking about a lot of different communities here. In the communities that you're working with, is there a broad recognition and do they have the language for the family domestic sexual violence that we're talking about, and also suicidality? And I realise that, again, that the answer may be different in different parts of the communities you're dealing with.
Thank you, Committee. Nabila Reza speaking here, and I thank you as well for the opportunity to give evidence today and appear remotely from the Gadigal and Bidjigal people, land of Gadigal and Bidjigal people of the Eora Nation. Thank you for that question. From our experience, so where I'm coming from is I lead the Women at Risk program at RAC, and so from our experience, generally we find many of our clients arrive from backgrounds where domestic and family violence are inbuilt within the cultural understanding and family, the fabric of the family environment. Because of that, it's not generally easily identifiable. There's a lot of issues with self-identifying domestic violence and sexual and family violence. And there's a lot of stigma around communities when it is raised. So because of that, we find that these terms are not easily identified by clients. And I might refer to our Safer Futures toolkit, where we completed field research for this particular purpose, and we noticed something quite interesting. When starting conversations around DSSV in a particular focus group, we noticed that not one woman initially raised concerns. Instead, conversations began around happy relationships and marriages. So as the conversations evolved, trust and rapport was built with one another, and it became known that it was a different kind of safe space. It was only then that they started disclosing their experiences of DSSV. And it wasn't that they identified it as DSSV, it was more just talking about their lived experience. And it wasn't just talking about themselves, but also family members, one who spoke about her daughter, who she was concerned with and unsure of what to do. So what one of the women said following these conversations really stuck with us. And she said that although she has left country X to come to Australia, she is still in country X while in Australia. So what she was reflecting on is the significance and ties of community when living in Australia as a first-generation migrant. So why is this important? While organisations like VIC provide further education and training and legal advocacy, it's not complemented by relevant supports and targeted services and information in language to help communities able to break this cycle of violence, be able to self-identify and be able to access the relevant justice and protection available here in Australia.
Thank you. In terms of the services that you've just mentioned that aren't available, so the lack of services, are you able to give us like a few examples or specify what are the services that are needed that you are unable to access for these women?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. We see, especially for temporary visa holders, I think it's quite important to recognise that people's access to services can be very dependent on their visa status and the conditions of their visa. For example, I think a critical issue that we see with the clients that we support is an inability to access targeted, culturally sensitive DFSB psychological support. RACs, we often can make referrals to free organisations like STARTS, which operates in New South Wales and has equivalent agencies operating in other jurisdictions. But there are a number of eligibility criteria that can go on there, including, for example, where the experience of DFSB has occurred. Because of really rigid eligibility requirements across different services, we're often seeing that clients can't actually access that support. And we encounter a lot of issues when it comes to getting psychological support for this client, which for this cohort of clients, which is understandably a huge risk when it comes to looking at their enhanced profile and suicidality risk. Another really big issue that we encounter in our work is access to sustainable and appropriate housing. Temporary visa holders do not qualify for social and public housing, and we experience a lot of challenges when it comes to the availability of emergency shelters and other forms of temporary housing for women as well. And in these circumstances, while there is government policy that allows for a few nights at shelters, this is often not enough to actually allow women and people experiencing DFSB to address the harms that they're experiencing and address that risk of increased suicide as well. I believe in our submission we referred to a case study where a woman had experienced DFSB, had really unstable housing, was attempting to get suitable housing, and at the same time was experiencing interactions with the child protection system and was at risk of losing custody of her daughter because of her unstable housing. And we see how all of these systems interact and intersect for this cohort in particular, and how they can both enhance their risk of experiencing DFSB and also aggravating their mental health and risk of suicide.
Thank you. Given that for many people coming from particularly refugee backgrounds, there is a fear of government services and a fear of those sort of formal services, where are people disclosing and what sort of services should we be providing that would reach out into those communities in a supportive way and perhaps provide education and assistance?
Thank you for this question. We find from our experience that clients are reporting first disclosures to social workers, service providers that provide welfare services, shelters. RACS is also often the recipient of first disclosures. We also find medical and health professionals are recipients of first disclosures. So we are hoping to be able to reach out training and education to the health sector as well on how to be able to respond to these first disclosures in a safe and trauma-informed way.
If I can add as well, at RACS we have a lived experience advisory panel, which is constituted by people who have experienced displacement or support communities that have experienced displacement. And we hear often from members of that panel that they experience and they receive many first disclosures of domestic, family and sexual violence. So we understand that people seeking asylum, refugees, look at times within their communities as well to trusted friends and community members as sources of information and assistance, especially if they are people that have been in Australia for a longer period of time. Of course, this comes with challenges as well when we look at whether those people are equipped with the resources, the capacity, and the information to support them. But I think it's really important to acknowledge that these conversations are happening in community as well, and that there's a great opportunity in connecting with these representative bodies that have that existing connection and relationship of trust with people.
Thank you. And I've got one more question before I hand over to some of my colleagues. In terms of working with perpetrators within the community, are there services around that help those who use violence to understand that that is not appropriate, it's not a standard in Australia, and help them change their behaviour?
Thank you for the question. I think it's prudent here to flag that RACS as an organisation provides legal assistance to people seeking asylum and refugees, and so we're not often able to provide that kind of training and support, but we are aware and do provide people with information about those kinds of services. I don't have that information on hand, and if needs, I can take that on notice and provide some examples to the committee.
That would be lovely. Thank you very much. Ms Whitty.
Thank you. I'm just curious when we think about somebody coming forward for disclosing family violence and the intersection of having to use interpreters due to language. Is there any challenges that we need to consider or things that we can put in place to help protect people that are coming forward and having to use that vulnerable sort of situation of explaining themselves through someone else?
Yes, thank you for that question. It's quite a significant issue that we find when clients are going through the immigration and migration system. The use of interpreters, it's quite a significant issue. What we would like to elaborate on is the effective use of interpreters in, firstly, the consent is obtained from the actual victim survivor themselves, where they are comfortable to use an interpreter. The reason being, many interpreters do come from same communities. They could be smaller communities, and there could be some connection or personal connection to that person. And the client themselves may not feel comfortable disclosing or disclosing their encounter and their violence to that particular person. The second is training for interpreters to be able to deliver a trauma-informed service. We have experienced many instances where interpreters have not interpreted exactly the dialogue that is occurring and has put in their own paraphrasing or their own advice in these conversations. This is risky in that it increases re-traumatization for a particular client, and it may allow for legal advice to be miscommunicated. With interpreters, I might leave it there. I do believe that there is also instances when it comes to utilising the services of police or reporting to police, where interpreters are also not adequately used, and so information that is given to police can also be misinterpreted.
Thank you. And I've just got another question about child protection in terms of people who are in fear of child protection and whether that's preventing people coming forward to disclose violence against them and their families, and then further to that to say that if child protection does get involved, do you have an understanding whether that increases the risk of suicide?
I think there's a really useful point to recognise there in terms of the fears that people experiencing DFSV have when you are a visa holder, and it comes to reporting or taking action on DFSV victimisation. I think for our clients who have interactions with the child protection system, there are really significant fears around losing their child. That can complicate their ability to approach police and other authorities. I think there's a persistent fear for a lot of people that we support that engaging with authorities, that there's always a risk in the background that can be posed to their visa status and safety in this country. I think a lot of that lies in providing proper information to people that there are ways to navigate the systems that will not pose a risk on their visa. But without that information, especially if they are under a circumstance where the perpetrator is perhaps more English language proficient or has been managing their visa applications, they may not be equipped with that information to be able to actually approach the child protection systems, the police, for their own safety. And from our experience, separation from your children, separation from family, would be a huge factor that could enhance people's risk of suicide.
Thank you. That's it.
I'm just going to jump to Mr. Ng because he has to leave in about 10 minutes. Mr. Ng.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Nabila and Nasai, for your time today. My first question is in regards to the family violence provisions that are available under certain visa types. I was just wanting to get your reflections on the supports that are available under those and those visa provisions, and whether or not they provide enough support to address some of the risk of family violence and sexual violence.
Thank you for the question. So predominantly RACs assist clients with the protection visa, which is the subclass 866 visa. The family violence provisions that you're mentioning apply to a limited list of other visa types, which can include the partner visa or skilled work visa, where they might have also a pending permanent application in relation to that. Where they have raised issues of family violence and there may be an apprehended domestic violence order in place, there is an option to access the family violence provisions and continue with that visa application that's pending before the department. RACs, it's not within our scope of work to assist with these visa types. However, there are other organisations that are funded to assist with these particular visa types. I note that from their reporting and conversations with them in our working groups that there is still a lot of work to be done with these family violence provisions, and there is still no particular visa type that addresses or targets women who are fleeing domestic and family violence. But this is something that we won't be able to really provide further information on as it's not within our scope of work.
I understand, thank you. And my second question, it may not be, may not be within your scope of work as well, because I understand you mostly work with people before they're granted a protection visa. But in your experience, maybe with your clients or other organisations, in regards to the supports that are available to people on humanitarian and protection visas, specifically the humanitarian settlement program or the humanitarian settlement program plus, the casework that's available to people who are experiencing exceptional barriers to settlement, whether the supports available under those programs are adequate in addressing some of the risk of family and sexual violence.
Thank you for the question. As you know, we do predominantly work with people who are in the process of seeking asylum. We do have a small cohort of clients that we do assist that may have been humanitarian entrants into the country. One of those is a case that was referred to within our submission, a circumstance where an unaccompanied child who was being supported through that humanitarian settlement program, had experienced family violence with one of her guardians in Australia. And I think that case study kind of speaks through some of the challenges that still exist with that service provision. And it's something that, RACS has continuously made recommendations and advocated for, that across the board, even where these services do exist, there's a need that they, are enhancing the cultural sensitivity to people's varying needs as well.
I might also add as well that it is very apparent to us that once a client is granted a protection visa, their challenges that we have spoken about in our submissions doesn't end there, and it does continue through their journey. And those challenges could be that continuing language barrier, that continuing challenge of not having autonomy over their own affairs previously, and navigating a new landscape, perhaps also as a single parent or a primary carer trying to find employment. They may be also trying to improve their literacy level. So those challenges don't cease as soon as they get that protection visa, and so those supports still need to be available. They do get access to benefits like Centrelink, but again, that information needs to be available in language, and relevant support services need to be available as well. There are services that are available during the protection visa process that are targeted specifically for those who are on temporary visas, and also might cease as soon as they are granted protection. So enhancing the referral system, I think, is also important. So for those services that can provide support during that protection visa process, for us to be able to enhance that system where we can refer onto the services that follow once someone has been granted protection, to be able to continue those supports and ensure they're not missed through that transition.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions for me.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg.
Thank you, Chair. To build on the point you were just making, I noticed in Australia's suicide statistics that that while generally those on temporary visas, including humanitarian visas, have a lower suicide rate than the general Australian population, that does seem to increase rather than decrease the longer they're in Australia. So in that kind of first 10-year period, would you link that to the kind of sudden drop in targeted support services once visas are there? And is it that we're not really introducing people to our support systems, ensuring that they're developing English language and other kind of awareness of supports out there, and we're just kind of leaving them in the lurch once that process is complete?
Thank you for the question. I think it may be difficult to specifically attribute that statistics to any one factor that we've observed. But I think broadly, when we look at some of the issues that we continue to observe in clients even after they're granted, protection, safety, a permanent visa, I think, as you've noted, there is definitely a need to ensure that people actually are able to engage with these services, as well as something else that we've noticed is, I think, family reunion is often neglected as a really significant protective factor that can both support people's settlement and their mental health. A lot of the clients that we assist are not able to reunite with family members because of the operation of various laws or the oversaturation of the offshore humanitarian program and other visa pathways. And we've seen that emerge as a really significant and critical settlement need, which is often neglected in our immigration system. And so while it's difficult to attribute, the data that you referred to a single correlative factor, I think that's broadly some of the issues that we've noticed that could contribute to the ongoing mental health issues faced by this cohort.
I might also add further to that, if I may. We have seen in our experience that very basic needs of our clients are a struggle for them to meet. And what I refer to when I say that is basic needs of housing, a safe place to stay, financial support, and food, for instance, for if they are a single parent. Particularly in our program, we find single mothers with children are also quite difficult to find beds for and safe shelter. So when these particular basic needs are not met we find it's very difficult for our clients to be able to actively engage with their legal representation, with the refugee status determination process, and then ultimately with other support services, such as being able to enhance their soft skills or their hard skills like language and literacy levels.
Thank you for that. I've read varying statistics, all of which are staggeringly high, relating to the number of refugee applicants who have experienced sexual assault in their lifetime, some going as high as 80% in some cohorts. Is that your experience, and do you think that our systems in supporting people, refugees, is sufficiently cognizant of that in its design?
I definitely think at RACS anecdotally, across our women at risk program, where in the last financial year we assisted 315 people. I think Nabila might agree with me that almost all of those applicants that have experienced or fear that they might experience gender-based domestic sexual and family violence. And then we also see that across our other programs, our genderless programs, as well as our dedicated LGBTQI plus finding safety program. I think it is I think people seeking asylum and refugees are highly overrepresented when it comes to statistics around DSSV, and a number of the factors that we've flagged in our submission, our evidence, speak to why that may be. I think we, in the process of supporting people seeking asylum and refugees get safety in Australia, we've observed a number of issues that indicate to us that our systems are not sensitively or adequately responding to those experiences. I think something quite important is that the actual process of seeking asylum itself for many applicants can be very inherently traumatizing and not necessarily trauma-informed or responsive to that experience. Applicants that we support may be required in the process of seeking safety to provide evidence of things like the perpetrator of violence, most recent address or phone number. In one circumstance, a client that we supported that had an abortion in their country of origin was asked to provide evidence of the sonogram. In those circumstances, that's wholly inappropriate and inherently re-traumatizing for our clients, which can suggest to us that there's still a gap there that needs to be met when it comes to responding to that experience of DSSV victimization in a trauma-informed way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. In your experience, are the generic refugee services alive to the issue of domestic and family and sexual violence and suicidality in their risk assessments and intake assessments?
Sorry, I might clarify, was that generic refugee services?
Yeah, so I mean refugee services that aren't specifically about either mental health or about family and domestic violence. So the more generic sort of refugee services, is this something that they're aware of, that they should be looking for? Is it part of an intake process or a risk assessment?
I haven't noticed any formal procedure or requirement that there be this line of questioning when there is an intake being conducted. There are many organisations that we work with that do have very similar specialised programs like we do that target women who are fleeing domestic family sexual violence and are able to provide that more targeted support. But it's not a mandatory requirement and it's not a mandatory question when it comes in intake.
Thank you. Which is interesting given the prevalence. But now, leading on from one of Mr. Gregg's questions, we hear a lot about the importance, and we understand the importance of trauma-informed practice. The types of trauma that some of these refugees are coming from are not the types of trauma that we necessarily see in Australia. Are the services, like, is there a different standard of trauma-informed? Are the services that aren't refugee trauma, and I'm thinking particularly the torture and trauma services, but leaving aside the torture and trauma services, are the other services getting the information, the education, the training that they need to deal with what can sometimes be quite confronting trauma that some people have come from?
Thank you for that question. So at RACS, we have these specialised programs and clinics to be able to provide that more tailored trauma-informed practice for particular cohorts of people. So the Women at Risk program at RACS provides that more tailored trauma-informed service for women who are fleeing domestic, family and sexual and gender-based violence. We realised in the sector there was a gap in that particular understanding and the training that was implemented around this specialised form of trauma-informed practice. So for that reason, we, over the last 2 years, we developed a Safer Futures Toolkit. So that particular publication that was released last year is around how to implement that specialised trauma-informed practice for women who are fleeing domestic and family and sexual violence. And it goes through the very specific issues that we find our clients face when they're going through the refugee status determination process. What we are endeavouring to do is provide further training on these issues, how service providers can implement them in their practice, and how we can better refer matters to each other so we can provide a more holistic and wraparound service for these particular clients. But to your question, we did find there was a gap in this particular area, which is what brought about the Safer Futures Toolkit for us, and we hope that it bring about more training and workshops in this space.
I think something that can also complicate the provision of trauma-informed service is how necessarily siloed these systems and services can be. We're often seeing clients experience a huge amount of fatigue bouncing and moving between service providers. And I think there's a great need there to have more communication, streamline systems, so that clients are not having to recount their experiences, be re-traumatized, detailing out instances of violence and harm. I think there's a great need to look at how these services can collaborate to support people that experience harm at the intersection of all of them.
Thank you. One of our terms of reference is to look for points of intervention. In your experience, are there any particular red flags or points of intervention where you can say across a number of clients, it would appear that when this particular thing happens, or they say this, that is likely to escalate to serious self-harm and suicide? Are there any obvious points that we should be looking at for intervention of services?
I would, for that, I think, firstly, being able to identify the particular harm that they're at risk of. So allowing the client or the person in question to be able to go through that process of identifying what it is that they're experiencing, and then that intervention being allowing them to be able to leave or flee that environment safely. So whether that be providing housing and providing that financial support to be able to leave that environment safely. I would also say access to mental health support would be something that is significant. It's not something that is guaranteed to our clients. In fact, it's quite an expensive endeavour. Some who don't have Medicare will not have access to that mental health support, and the relevant organisation START, who does assist us with this, are also, they can't guarantee psychological assistance, and are often at capacity with quite a long wait list. So I think providing those basic needs as a form of intervention is really important, and that being housing and definitely the mental health supports that we think are lacking.
Mm, I think that in terms of particular instances, like instances that might occur that could trigger a higher risk of suicidality, I think episodes of homelessness and sleeping rough it can definitely be one that sparks or has an ongoing effect on people's mental health. And I guess the second one is a bit more difficult to capture because it's not necessarily a single incident, but rather when people are stuck in the prolonged uncertainty of temporary visa status, of not knowing where their case is going to go. That can be quite traumatic for them and can lead to a sense of hopelessness that we've observed as well. So it's difficult to frame as a particular incident because it's rather a prolonged absence of action in their case. We've observed that can also lead to great feelings of hopelessness and despair among clients.
And my last question, when you've had a client who has suicided, do you ever get contacted by coroners or police for information?
I can take that on notice and confirm with our colleagues if they've experienced that. But to my knowledge, in my work and in what we communicate with them, I haven't observed that so far. I can definitely take that on notice and confirm to the committee if it's helpful.
Yeah, that would be very helpful just to know if that's an issue. Any other questions from my colleagues? No, we're good. Look, thank you so much for your evidence. Thank you for coming along. That's been really very helpful, and thank you also for your submission. I've just got a few more formal words to say. So thank you for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, and you've volunteered a few things as well, please provide it to the Secretariat by the Friday the 3rd of July 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. You will also get sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. The committee will now suspend for a lunch break and will resume at 1:15 p.m. Thank you very much for your evidence. This inquiry, and I now welcome Dr. Alison Fogarty to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
So my full name is Alison Fogarty, and I'm appearing on before the committee as a researcher, as a leader of the Mothers and Young People study, which is conducted by the Murdoch Children's Research Institute.
Lovely, thank you very much. Although you're not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and it has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading information is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is also being broadcast. Do you have a brief opening statement to start, please?
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
And thanks so much for the opportunity to talk today. So I'm a clinical psychologist and researcher from the Deakin Lifespan Institute at Deakin Uni, as well as a researcher at MCRI. And I've spent the last decade working at the intersection between family violence, child development and parent mental health, both analysing longitudinal data to understand what happens to families over time, and also working alongside organisations providing therapeutic support to children and mothers who have experienced family violence. So my colleagues and I lead the Mothers and Young People study, which is a 20-year longitudinal study following the health and wellbeing of mothers, first-time mothers and their firstborn children, from pregnancy across to 18 years or early adulthood. And it's one of the few studies worldwide to collect prospective data on both family violence and maternal and child mental health across such a long period. And what we've been seeing in this data is that 1 in 3 first-time mothers in our study experience physical or emotional IPV across the first decade of raising their first child. And those rates have increased again when we've just started analysing our 18-year follow-up data. And these women have had substantially higher rates of self-harm ideation, depression, anxiety and post-traumatic stress symptoms, not just during the violence, but also after violence has ceased. And their children are also carrying these risks, particularly into early adulthood. So our most recent analyses that we're just conducting at the moment are suggesting that children with persistent exposure to IPV across childhood are much more likely to be experiencing suicidal ideation as they're entering into adulthood. And there's probably 3 points that I was hoping to highlight today. And the first of which is really around our current data systems and their struggle to capture the true scale and duration of family violence. So administrative data and cross-sectional studies can't capture what we're seeing in our data, that risk persists after violence has ceased, but also before contact with services occurs. In our 18-year follow-up, what we're finding is that about 70% of children who are exposed to IPV persistently across their childhood are experiencing mental health problems. And these lasting long-term impacts make that case for sustained longitudinal investment in studies really important. And I just think without it, that policy will continue to underestimate the size and timeframes of the problem. Second, what we've been finding is that the services that are in contact with women are not always aware or not always responding appropriately to the risk. So only 6% of women experiencing IPV had disclosed their experiences to a GP within our study within the early parenting period. And by 10 years postpartum, only 1 in 3 had disclosed to any healthcare professional. And that's despite most of these women having frequent contact with healthcare professionals across the previous 12-month period. And many were also prescribed psychotropic medication without that underlying violence being addressed. Thirdly, my third point is really around the need for investment in therapeutic support for women and children to prevent the mental health outcomes that we are seeing. So trauma-informed, family-focused therapeutic support delivered to mothers and children, sustained over time, and that integrates both mental health and family violence services is really needed. And we particularly need more services and evidence around what works to support child mental health following IPV, with a particular focus in investing in the early years when first exposure often occurs, when we know the impact starts and the opportunity for intervention is greatest. And without this, we will continue to see that cycle of violence repeating itself. And thank you. I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. I have lots of questions. So your evidence is showing that mental health risks persist long after the violence has ceased. As a system, how should we respond to that long-term risk trajectory?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think a really important one at the moment. A lot of the family violence funding that we are seeing is prioritising safety and responding to immediate risk. And although that's obviously so important, what is needed is sustained investment in long-term therapeutic support for mothers and children following that can last a long term after that. One example of that is someone who's experiencing family and domestic violence. Obviously, accessing psychological services is really a struggle, particularly when 10 sessions is all that's provided. When we're dealing with complexities in individuals' lives, as well as the trauma that comes from experiences of family violence, a longer duration of therapy is really needed. And if I can speak to the child element in particular, for me that's a really strong heart space of mine. And what we're seeing in the data and the services that I work with is the impact of family violence even in the really early years. So, for example, we know that infants who are exposed to family violence have impacts on their health and development, developmental outcomes really early. And what we're seeing in our data that we're analysing at the moment is that risk is really persisting as they're entering early adulthood. But there's very few services that are available for children who are exposed really early life. So one of the services we do work with is Berry Street, and they provide some great therapeutic support, particularly for that really young cohort. But to get into their service, they take 2 service, you have to be involved in child protection services. They have a small number of spots available for more for a Restoring Childhood program, which is more family violence based. But that doesn't even come close to touching on the families that we're seeing within our studies which aren't child protection families. So there's a whole heap of families across Australia that are being missed.
Does your evidence or does your data also look at child sexual abuse, or is it's specifically family domestic violence?
We are just starting. So in our 18-year follow-up, we have asked for a self-report around child maltreatment using the measures used by the Australian Child Maltreatment Study. So we're just starting to analyse that now, and we'll have findings for that coming out shortly.
And this issue of the long tail is one that we're really, struggling a little bit with. So one of our terms of reference is around data collection and that correlation between family, domestic, sexual violence and suicide. And knowing that in some instances disclosure doesn't happen for many years, decades even. But even if it has, somebody might be traumatised as a small child, or there might be and the actual suicide might happen 2 decades, 3 decades later. Do you have any advice for us about how we deal with that proximity issue? And I guess there's 2 real challenges. One is, what do we consider to be in scope? Is it ever you've had an exposure to trauma, therefore? And also that evidence collection part of it, where we're asking police or coroners in the instance of a suicide to go back and find out about somebody's life from decades earlier. So,
yeah, it's a good question. And just to clarify that second point, are you thinking about this from how can we create evidence around the links, or an individual coroner case?
No, really around the evidence.
Yep, the more general. Yes, great. Yes. Thank you for clarifying. I think your question around do we consider ever exposure is an important one. I will say from our study that we're showing that the long-term effect is really there, and that actually some of our strongest effects that we're seeing, I'll rephrase that slightly. Those in our cohort that have the largest experiencing the most mental health problems are those who have been exposed persistently across childhood. But probably the next tier below from that is those who are exposed in early life, so 12 months in the first 4 years of life. So, and there is a lot of evidence, worldwide that those early years are so important. So I guess my answer to that question would be yes, any exposure is important to consider when we're thinking about how that impacts long-term mental health. In terms of the question around how do we best capture these things, I think you've identified one of the really tricky problems is that a lot of women who experience family violence don't disclose. And it's in those cases that I think that longitudinal studies are needed because they can capture a whole heap of women who aren't accessing services that are still experiencing really severe mental health impacts that are persistent across their life course. There are data linkage capabilities. Australia has some limitations in how those work in terms of the reporting across state lines, and I think any changes that can help facilitate more integrated data systems across Australia would be very useful. So, for example, right now in Victoria, we've got some changes that have made some of this linking a bit easier. We've got Orange Door in data linkage capacity at the moment and things like that. But if a family was to move to New South Wales, we wouldn't be able to track their service use very easily. So there's just a lot of limitations there. So I think any ways to strengthen data linkage capacity on a national level is really important, but that still won't capture the full scope, the need for those longitudinal studies that can look at that intergenerational picture. MIPS is one, but also ones that in the future that might have a larger scale. And capture more of Australia and more different characteristics of families within Australia is really important.
Thank you. In terms of the long-term impacts on children, and particularly those two high-risk categories you mentioned, those who've had persistent exposure across childhood and those who are exposed before sort of age 4 or 5. Is there a best practice in terms of what recovery might look like, or is it, that's the brain development stage, and is it kind of a one-way trajectory?
So, in terms of what works to support children following family violence, there is some evidence, but there's not a whole heap. So, and particularly within an Australian landscape, there's not many options for families to access evidence-based treatments, particularly for young children. The two interventions that have the strongest evidence, particularly for young children, would be child-parent psychotherapy and trauma-focused CBT. Child-parent psychotherapy is an intervention that's being developed in the States. The first RCTs were conducted in 1995 by Alicia Lieberman, and it is a very intense therapy occurring between a child and their safe caregiver to help repair that relationship and work through healing and recovery together. Currently, it's delivered by very few services. I know Berry Street offers it within their Take Two service. There's in South Australia, I think there's a CAMS service that offers it to a small number of families. In WA, there's an agency that offers it, but it's not large scale at all. Within Victoria, unless you are accessing a private psychotherapist, the only place to access it that I'm aware of is through Take Two, which means you need child protection. You need to be involved in child protection, which is only a very small percentage of the families that are experiencing family violence.
And often something that people try to avoid if possible.
Exactly,
So,
yeah. And yes, so and even within an Australian context, we're currently trying to build the evidence for CPP, for example. We're currently conducting a pilot evaluation and trying to seek funding for a larger randomised control trial. But to my knowledge, no randomised control trials for intervention specifically for children and families following family violence have occurred within Australia.
Thank you. And in terms of, so part of our terms of reference is also about finding intervention points where we can prevent suicide. Are there any red flags either for the mothers or for the children that you can say that if this happens, then there's a higher likelihood of a suicide within a certain period of time?
Probably not from our data right now. From my understanding, for example, no participants within our study have died by suicide, so we don't have that evidence. I do think that's where data linkage potentially has the strongest contribution, where you can track this back and you can look at pathways that families have taken prior to suicide. So you could look at a cohort of there's a few different ways you could do it, but you could look at a cohort of mothers and then identify within those mothers who have died by suicide and then track their experiences and how that differs from women who haven't died by suicide. Or you could focus on family violence and go from there. There's a few different ways you could do it, but I think that's got the strongest, probably has the strongest contribution to tracking back, because you are looking at, you're not relying on their disclosure of family violence. You're actually looking at when the death has occurred and finding your cohort that way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, lovely, thank you. Mr. Grigg.
Thank you, Chair. Could you talk to us a little bit about how co-regulation works with young people, and how, because you were talking about the age of children who would probably even before they would have a living memory of events that occurred in their life but are nevertheless affected by it, how that can kind of affect their development and then their risk? Yeah. So in terms of, you're asking for me to explain a little bit around the mechanisms of how exposure can impact. And there's a few different theories on how this can occur, and one of them is, I think what you're getting at is around that when young children are exposed to stress, and even infants are very acutely aware of their environments and stresses within that environment, there's evidence to suggest there's changes to the stress response system within their biology, and that can make them more susceptible to stresses as they grow and develop. There's other evidence to suggest that experience of violence within the family can disrupt attachments between mothers and their caregiver, and that has strong links with that co-regulation. So if you're experiencing violence within your relationship, it can be difficult to connect in that way. Not for all mothers. I think, the evidence shows that there's a lot of mothers that are very good at this and do a huge amount to protect their children throughout their exposure to IPV. But it does create mental health difficulties. It does create a whole heap of other challenges, as well as just trying to protect that infant from their environment, which can get in the way of that, building that secure attachment. And that can often be a persistent problem. That's where an intervention like child-parent psychotherapy can help, because the aim of that intervention is really to heal that mother-child or caregiver-child relationship, help that mum learn how to reattune to their child and understand their experiences again in a new way post-violence, or at least when violence has de-escalated, because we know for many families, even if there's a separation, there's still, the child and the mother are still exposed to violence in some way. Does that? Yeah, no, it does. No, I appreciate that. I just have one more question around kind of identifying these cases, particularly perinatal. Obviously, there's perinatal depression and other conditions are quite common. Is it that often, because that is such a familiar thing, that some of these experiences are just being misidentified as perinatal depression that is purely a mental health matter rather than a reaction to home circumstances?
Yeah, and look, we don't have exact data on that in our study, but we do know that I think it's 2 in 5 women who were reporting depression and anxiety symptoms, I think this was at 10 years, were also experiencing IPV. So that really highlights that overlap. And we did do qualitative interviews with a subset of our participants who were experiencing IPV at when their first child was about 10 years of age. And that was a story that I heard firsthand from one of those mums, was that they went and they told their GP that what they were experiencing emotionally, and they were then directed to take antidepressants, and there wasn't any questions around what was going on in the family home. we did hear other experiences. There was really mixed experiences around responses from healthcare professionals, including psychologists, GPs. Some felt like they disclosed that there wasn't any real support offered. They weren't in a position that they were looking to leave that relationship, so there wasn't that much offered, and they were provided medication, or that was the end of the line. So it is a really tricky situation, but there is a large overlap. So one of the things that we've been talking a lot about is just that need for training around how to respond, not just to that acute safety risks, which is often front of mind when we do hear about those things, but also more detailed responses around how to hold that experience, and for mothers in particular, how to support them with parenting their child within that situation. There is training that is offered, of course, particularly in the perinatal services, but it does have that focus more on responding to acute risk. I'm a psychologist. I received probably one lecture around family violence in my 8 years of training, so I think there's still gaps to cover there. And from a GP lens as well, I'm not sure if you've spoken to Professor Kelsey Haggerty, but she does a lot of work in the training space. But a lot of that focus is really around responding to women rather than helping women support their children, and really understanding what that experience is like for children. Even very young children have a sense of what they've experienced.
Thank you. Ms. Whitty.
I'm not sure if I missed this when I came in before, but it says here that even with frequent medical health professionals contact, that women often don't disclose. Is there something that we can do to help with that in terms of getting, identifying women that need help in a violent situation, or with suicide thoughts as well?
Well, I think there's probably a couple of things that come to mind. One is the point that, Matt, you just raised then, which is that large overlap between mental health symptoms and family violence. So I think further training around the prevalence of family violence and what it can look like is really important for all mental health, all professionals in general, but mental health professionals, perinatal professionals who are having contact with women where rates of mental health is high. That's one thing. The other thing that was in my mind has disappeared for 1 second. Could you repeat your question one more time, and then it'll come to me?
Just
things we can do.
Yeah, things that you can do to help women disclose their situations to mental health professionals.
I think one of the barriers, particularly for mothers, is fear. So fear of, if they disclose violence in their home, what does that mean for their child? What does that mean for the involvement of further services and questioning about that child's safety within the home? So I think doing some further work and thoughts around how can women disclose safely is a really important factor there. It's complex because child safety is obviously paramount in these situations too. I think what we've heard, and particularly within our study, what's probably more unique about it is that it's many of the women within our study have moved relationships, and we haven't been able to track that really accurately. But many have also stayed in those relationships, and I think for those women, disclosing to a healthcare professional is quite difficult. So I don't have a good answer for what is exactly needed, but I think potentially a first step is having training for services that is not just about disclosing and referring on to Safe Steps or Orange Door. It's actually training of how to sit and respond to women who are not ready to leave. We know it takes, on average 7 times to leave, and we also know that leaving is the time where risk to safety is highest. So having making sure that professionals are trained in how to hold those experiences without just a referral on to a family violence service, I think is really important.
And then also, I don't know if you've had much experience within the study where women are escaping their domestic violence situation through the birthing suite. Okay.
You can finish your comment, but no, I probably can't talk to it.
Yeah, no, I was just going to.
It's an interesting situation.
Yeah. Just thought it to be a common place where people might, choose to escape, and then the further conversation around the health professional in that situation. But,
yeah. Not within our study. It might have happened for some, and we're not aware. But we started collecting robust data around experiences of family violence at 12 months postpartum time point. So during pregnancy, we had some items around fear of a partner, which led to the inclusion of a more comprehensive items and measures. Our study wasn't designed in its origin to be a family violence focused study. Was really more about the health and well-being of mothers following their first child, but because of what we heard earlier on, it has evolved in that way.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Slightly on the same area, in terms of antenatal and postnatal care settings, knowing that we do that's a period that can escalate risk. Are you aware of anyone who does that family domestic violence intervention or screening or or do you have any suggestions on what good would look like?
I think what good looks like is probably having the therapeutic services available to refer to. So screening is common in antenatal settings from midwives, from maternal and child health nurses. Whether it's done well, I think, can vary dramatically across settings and individual clinicians. There's a lot of systems work that I think needs to happen within those settings for it to be consistently done well, as with any real health issue. But definitely a challenge that those maternal and child health nurses or midwives would experience is like, well, what do I do if someone does disclose to me that they're experiencing violence? And what do I do if they don't want to leave that violent situation? Where can I direct them to actually receive some support that's useful? Or if they do want to leave, what's more than just those family violence first response services? What's that long term? What does the long term trajectory for that family look like in terms of therapeutic support to work towards healing and recovery?
You talked a bit about attachment, and if a child's early years are affected by violence and they have poor attachment, is there can that be made up later, or is it your brain's developed and that's what you're stuck with now? Is there?
No, I don't. I can't answer that question. I don't think there's enough research to know exactly what that looks like for every family, and there's so many different. I think what we don't know enough about is what we know that some children who go through these experiences actually, fare quite well at the end of those. So what we don't know is what is it about those kids that do fare well? Attachment may be one of those factors. We can't say definitively attachment can or cannot be repaired. It's really dependent on a whole heap of factors going on at the individual, the family, the societal level. It's very complex. What we're trying to build with VIC at the moment is evidence around really just that, is that can therapeutic support help heal that attachment, and if so, what do those outcomes look like for that child going forth? So we just don't have the evidence around the interventions, particularly within Australia, about how attachment can be repaired. But I think there's a lot of hope that it can, and definitely what we're seeing when we're talking to caregivers who go through this intervention and clinicians who deliver it is that they see changes in the way that caregivers are responding to children, the way that they're understanding their child if they are displaying difficult behaviour, and understanding that from a sense of what they've actually experienced, that they're not being violent because they're like their father or they're a difficult child. It's actually because of what they've experienced, and that they're trying to make sense of their experiences. And through that, a lot of repair can happen, and a lot of rewiring of that attachment relationship and how those responses then, how that relationship then continues to progress over time can be vastly different.
I was about to ask a question, it's gone now. Oh, is that, so the research that you're talking about the impact of the two therapies, child-parent psychotherapy and trauma-based CBT, is somebody doing that study? Is either here or overseas?
So there's been some randomised control trials across both those studies.
Yep.
The ones for child-parent psychotherapy have been conducted in the United States. There's a little bit of research going on in Sweden, in a few different countries, Israel, a few different countries across the world. Not so many randomised controlled trials, and the randomised controlled trials from the States are a little bit like they've been conducted quite a long time ago now. We are trying, to apply for funding to do this type of work and to think about embedding it within family services where families are coming in. We are conducting a pilot evaluation of how Berry Street has implemented child-parent psychotherapy within their Take 2 service at the moment. So we've been able to do that in collaboration with Berry Street across the last couple of years. And yeah, we're just trying to find opportunities to receive funding to do that larger work. Trauma-focused CBT, the same thing. There's been some randomised control trials of that overseas. I'm not aware of any that have taken place in Australia. Another intervention that is used within this space is EMDR, and that's being used.
Sorry, what is that?
EMDR, eye movement. Oh, I'm going to get the acronym wrong, which is terrible.
EMDR?
EMDR. Eye movement, desensitisation, reprocessing.
Ah,
right. So it's an evidence-based therapy for trauma generally, and it is more and more being used within this space, more for children, for adolescents, and in some cases kind of from about, I think, 8 upwards. It's another intervention that's being used by Berry Street within their Take 2 team within a different program. Lots of CAM services use it as well for a more general population, is my understanding, rather than relational trauma. And it has really strong evidence in adults. It's one of the recommended treatments from Phoenix, for example. In children, it's not one of the recommended treatments just yet because the evidence is still lacking. So just highlighting more and more that there just really hasn't been enough studies focusing specifically around therapeutic programs for children following family violence.
One of the things that we heard from a number of witnesses was, and particularly some of the lived experience witnesses, was the importance of recognising children as primary victims of family and domestic violence rather than observers or bystanders. Or is that's
definitely.
You will back that as well?
Yes, yeah, definitely. And I think, speaking to caregivers who have recently have been through this child-parent psychotherapy program and clinicians that work in this space, you can see the impact that what we're hearing from them is that children are showing people what they've experienced within their play within these sessions. So they really are victims within their own right. They have their own experiences, which is separate to the caregiver. And they need the opportunity to really express their own experience in order to process that and heal.
And I'm assuming that the very fact that there's an impact on attachment and early development demonstrates that they are themselves a separate victim.
Yes, and our long-term evidence, which is showing that young people who have experienced IPV in their childhood have higher rates of mental health difficulties. That's also, I think, backs up that statement.
Yep.
Yep.
And does your evidence also look at rates of alcohol and other drug use as a result of, or correlated with early trauma or trauma in life?
We have collected that at 18 years. We're yet to analyse it, but it's definitely something that we have capacity to look at in terms of hazardous alcohol use and drug use. Yeah.
And so this is an 18-year study. Can I ask how do people get in, or how do you select your people for your study?
Everyone was recruited back in 2005.
Right.
They were recruited across 6 different metropolitan hospitals in Melbourne. So we recruited 1,507 first-time mothers from public hospitals, and we've been following that cohort across time. We have experienced attrition, and we work really closely with our statistical team to apply multiple imputation models to make sure that attrition doesn't create bias within our analyses. But it is a unique study in the sense that it started back a long time ago, and we've been able to track these mums and their kids across time before they've had contact with services, when for some we don't have data on whether they've experienced violence prior to having their child, but we do have data around whether they've been fearful of previous partners. So for some women, we're been able to track their first experiences of violence and how that's looked across motherhood.
Okay. And presumably there would have to be a level of consent, so there may be an element of opt-in, opt-out.
Yes, so they all consented to take part in the study, and at various points across the duration we have reconsented when our study processes have sufficiently changed. So at 10 years we had about a third of them come in to Royal Children's Hospital for face-to-face interviews, and we had a reconsent process for that. And at our 18-year follow-up we reconsented all our participants and consented young people for the first time. So it very much is an opt-in, opt-out. As I said, our study at the start wasn't family violence focused, but we've had really good feedback from women across the study that they've actually liked having those questions, and all the questions in general have provided them opportunity to reflect on, what the last period has been like for them. Yeah.
Okay, that sounds fascinating. So when we're looking at, other than your study, when people are out in the wild and they're turning up to services, are there any particular tools or competencies that integrate sort of mental health and domestic and family sexual violence that you would think were best practice?
Any tools to help mental health professionals? Not that I'm aware of. So I'm not sure. I won't say that there's none out there, but I'm not aware of. I know Kelsey Haggerty has developed some great resources for GPs within this space. So I would say that, and those have been. I know there has been some RCTs around those types of trainings. I'm not sure if you've spoken to her at all throughout this process.
No, we don't think so.
Yep, that's okay. But she's someone to have a look at in terms of the GP training. I'm not aware of tools for psychologists specifically, and obviously maternal child health nurses and midwives have that more MARAM risk assessment framework.
Yep. I have to say your one lecture in 8 years of training was interesting, particularly given the broad field of who psychologists might get to see. Any more questions on my right here? No, we're good. Thank you so much. That has been really, really interesting, and your submission as well has been very helpful. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your
time.
time.
I've got some formal words I have to say. Thank you for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide additional information, including questions on notice, I can't remember if we did.
Not that I'm aware of.
Please forward it to the Secretariat by the 3rd of July. If there's anything else you think we should know, feel free. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. You will also be sent a transcript of your evidence to assist you in answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request for corrections to any transcription errors.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much for your time
and
for your submission.
No worries at all. Thank you so much.
All right, change for Sam. Come on up.
I'm Leah.
Hello, Leah. Now we've lost Sarah, but she'll be back in a moment, I'm sure. Sorry, no, I'm here for half. I'll be leaving at 2:30. Sorry, I can start it and then hand over if that's all right. So just to let you know, I have to leave at 2:30, so I will hand over to Sarah, who's just ducked out of the room, but we'll be back and they'll continue on anyway. So apologies. No. You keep going. I will sneak out. I have a flight I have to catch back, so I will dial in online and I'll listen to you online. So, it appears we've locked someone out. Okay, so my formal words. I now welcome the representative from Change for Sam to give evidence for the Hansard record. Would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, my name is Leah Matthews and I'm the founder and director of Change for Sam.
Thank you very much. Although you are not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. It has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'm Louise Miller-Frost. I'm the federal member for Boothby, which is Adelaide's southern suburbs. I am the erstwhile chair until I leave the room, and then...
I'm Sarah Whitty, I'm the member for Melbourne, and I will be the taking over assistant chair.
I'm Matthew Gray, member for Deakin, and I won't be chairing.
Unless we all leave. Do you have a brief opening statement you'd like to make? Please go ahead.
So firstly, thanks for the opportunity to be here today. My name's Leah Matthews, and nearly 8 years ago, my best friend Samantha Fraser, Sam, was murdered by her former partner on Phillip Island. The thing that's always stayed with me is that neither Sam nor I knew that monitored personal safety devices were even an option for additional safety. We know that when leaving a relationship, it's one of the most dangerous times for a victim survivor. Whether a device would have been appropriate for Sam, I can't say, but I do know that we were never given the opportunity to consider one because we didn't know they existed. If we didn't know they existed, how many other people don't know they exist either? I wanted to turn heartbreak into hope and continue Sam's legacy by helping others in situations similar to hers, and that's why I founded Change for Sam. What I share today comes from lived experience, nearly 8 years of advocacy, and what we continue to see on the ground supporting victim survivors every day. Serious family violence assaults are at their highest level in almost a decade. Last year, Victoria alone recorded more than 105,000 family violence incidents, and we know that many more incidents of family violence go unreported. Since early 2024, Change for Sam has placed approximately $370,000 worth of monitored personal safety devices into Victorian communities, funded through grants, philanthropy and community fundraising, with approximately 250 devices in active circulation. The model is proven, and with the right support, we're ready to scale this nationally. These devices can be worn discreetly, and if danger's felt, a silent duress button allows a trusted monitoring team to listen in, triage what they hear, and send emergency services if required. Despite our investment, demand has always exceeded supply. Funding is the limiting factor, not need. What we've learnt through this work is very simple. People can't rebuild their lives if they don't feel safe. Personal safety devices aren't the whole answer, but they are one practical, immediate safety option. What we continue to see is that monitored personal safety devices are not always considered as early or as consistently as they could be, and there are still victim survivors with genuine safety concerns who fall outside existing pathways. Too many lives are lost to family violence. We have the technology to provide additional safety options, and we know that there are victim survivors who would benefit from having them. Despite significant investment in responding to family violence, there are still people unable to access practical safety measures when they need them. I couldn't save Sam. That's something that will haunt me forever. But I have spent the last 8 years trying to make sure other victim survivors are given options Sam and I never knew existed. My hope is that this committee recognises safety as a form of prevention, because in my experience, safety is not simply an outcome of recovery. Safety is the foundation that makes recovery possible. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you very much for sharing your story and Sam's story, and also for the work that you're doing. In terms of these devices, now I worked in the sector admittedly a few years ago, and I personally wasn't really aware of these. What are they? Are they big? Are they noticeable? What do they look like?
No, and I apologise I don't have one with me, but they are the size of a key fob. So they're small enough. Most people wear them on their person. So you can wear them on a lanyard, you can tuck them in your bra, you can put them in your pocket, on your keys, in your bag. They have a silent duress button, so press that for 3 seconds and an alert comes on at the monitoring team's computers, control room, and they can listen in. You know they're listening in because it vibrates silently, and they listen in and triage what's going on. It's got GPS coordinates, so they know exactly where you are should emergency services need to be called, and they have all the information about you and your perpetrator to reference to tell emergency services while they're on the way to activate. So they're small, powerful, and we monitor them. I think the PSI for monitoring is 3 months. In Victoria, but we don't have those restrictions. We let the victim survivor and the practitioners choose how long they would like them. So we put the onus back on the survivor. If they want it for 6 months, we usually start with the 6-month period. Could be 1 month, could be 2 weeks before a court case. It could be 2 years. We just continue to fund it. And when one gets handed, we ask the victim survivors to hand it back to their practitioner. So we have a reuse model that's worked really well so far. It's empowering the people using it to help the next person in need. So they bring it back, we wipe it, reuse it, reissue it, and then we're only paying the monitoring costs rather than the cost of the device and the monitoring costs. So that's how we're different in that response as well.
So I was going to ask about the cost. So the monitoring is obviously that ongoing cost, and then the upfront, right? You mentioned a court case, that somebody might choose to have it around a court case. Are there other red flags that people identify as, this is happening in my life, this is a particularly high risk period of time?
We run on the assumption that the victim survivor knows themselves best and can feel how strongly, if a personal safety device is going to help them, we want to give them access to one. So yes, it could be high risk times, leaving the relationship. We only hand them out at the moment to people who have left the relationship, so they're not living with their ex-partner at the moment. And that in itself is a scary time, coming with the anxiety, the stalking, the coercion, etc. Before court cases, if there's children involved and they've got orders against them, there's any time you could possibly feel unsafe, we nip it in the bud and say, use ours.
And how do people find your service?
I've got some quotes from the agencies and also the survivors. Do you want some?
Okay, so they're referrals from agencies, is that right? Yep.
Well, we give them to, so we're with the, I'm not sure, we're with Salvation Army, the Alexis Family Violence Response Model. Yep. We're with Risk Family Violence, we're with Odyssey House, and we're with Mission Australia. So I ask for feedback from both the, like a victim impact statement, the de-identified. I haven't brought particular ones because I didn't think that was appropriate here, but basically, so the Alexis Family Violence Response Model has said, for many, they provide not only an additional layer of protection, but also an increased sense of control during extremely challenging circumstances. They've said that this collaboration demonstrates how targeted survivor-focused innovation can meaningfully strengthen service response and improve outcomes. If women and children don't feel safe, they're unable to fully rebuild, recover or heal. We're constantly activating these devices and the demand is overwhelming. This accessibility has genuinely enhanced our practice. I've got a whole sheet of them if you wanted me to keep going, but the outcome, the feedback that we're getting from both practitioners and the clients or the victim survivors is I haven't had anything negative. They're just thankful that they can get it quickly, get it straight away, and be looked after on a different level.
Yeah. It's interesting the quote you said, an increased level of control. So our terms of reference is around family, domestic and sexual violence and suicide. And we've heard a lot of evidence, particularly around coercion, coercive control. And the language that we're getting from people is that people feel entrapment, trapped, learned helplessness, a lack of control. So that's what is being told to us, that is leading to people feeling suicide is the way out, the way to escape. So that's increasing the sense of control, which is an interesting use of language that fit in with that. So
yeah,
thank you.
Well, we're basically saying that safety is foundational. You can't actually start to recover or heal unless you feel safe. So unless you feel safe first, you can't go and access the different therapeutic supports available because you're not feeling safe within yourself. And it's interesting that such a small device has had such a positive impact. I'd love to see it out there way more often than it is. It's just not used as consistently as it should be. We've got the technology out there, we're just not using it. Or we are.
Thank you. Ms Whitty.
A lot of my questions were going to be about the device, which you've answered most of them. Is there anywhere else that people can get the device from?
So family violence agencies do have them, and they can use part of their funding to get them. I know the Orange Door have them, and I know various other places have them, but what we're seeing is, and I've got something, actually there was a personal safety initiative review done by the Victorian Government last year in July, and 36.9% of practitioners identified wait lists or unaccepted referrals as barriers to using the personal safety devices. I've also come to know that if a victim survivor is allocated X amount of funding, sometimes funding goes towards like different areas of safety, whereas I think it should be used all together. So if they might miss out on the personal safety devices but get their counselling service instead, or something. There's not enough to include every aspect of safety altogether. Or they're not being asked if that would help them in the first instance. That should be something that's asked to the person straight away. Would this help you? And it's not appropriate in all situations.
I guess that leads to another question is, outside of this personal safety device, I really hear what you're saying about people need to feel safe before they can do anything else. Are there other things that we can do to help people to feel safe?
Yeah, probably it's the connection of services. I can only talk from my experience with Sam and living it and seeing it before she passed, and then after it, hearing all the stories from there. It seems like services just aren't connected as well as they could be. So the people are telling their story and traumatising themselves over and over and over to get through to the right person, whereas we all seem to be in the same position that we're doing the same thing and we want to stop the same thing. I think a collaboration would be better. We work with different partners and we're all on the same page. I think, yeah, collaboration of support networks is probably something that needs to change.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing your personal story. That's probably the most powerful way of doing it. And thank you for turning your pain into something.
Well, that's it. I chose to turn my grief into action because I have to support other people that are in this situation. And until what happened to Sam, I wasn't actually aware of how horrible family violence is in society. It does tend to get swept under the rug, and it isn't spoken about, or if it is spoken about, it's whispered, and it's not the victim survivor's fault. it should be the perpetrator that's scared of talking about it. So yeah, I just wanted to make something really good out of something really bad.
Thank you.
Mr. Quigg.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was, without diminishing for 1 second, which I fully acknowledge the importance of that sense of agency and security, I was wondering how often the buttons pushed and that police or other authorities are deployed in response to that.
Well, because we don't have organisational capacity, I don't have the exact numbers for that, but the police won't be called unless the call has been triaged and they feel that there is a threat. So they're family violence trained, the agency listening in, and they won't be called unless they're needed to be called. They also have, if the device is accidentally pressed, and they will still listen in, and if they don't hear any perceived threat or they don't hear anything, they'll actually follow up with a phone call. And then if they don't hear anything from the phone call, they'll actually follow up with a welfare check. So, I mean, it isn't appropriate for everyone again, but it's that extra layer of security.
So are these being issued to kids as well, or just partners?
Usually
the devices.
The devices. Yeah. Most of the devices that have gone out are for adults, or we have no restriction on who gets them, men, women, children. Whoever's going through the agencies that we're partnered with, they are the ones that actually decide who gets it. I don't want to know their stories. I don't need to know their stories. I just need to know that help's getting to the right people through trusted agency.
So, and this will be my last one. So I think your submission talks about the value of data collection and things like that. Obviously, your organisation doesn't know who has them, so.
Oh, I know who's got them.
Oh, you know who's got them? Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know what you mean by it.
So when we're tracing back, so if there's
ages.
an investigation after someone has passed away into whether that was a service utilised, and we're trying to identify, missed opportunities for intervention.
That would be on record, but it's not something that I necessarily would get.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm purely the device. It's out of my realm.
Fair enough. No, thank you.
Yeah.
So, from what you were saying earlier, it seems that there is a similar government-funded program that's got capacity. Do you know what eligibility criteria people have for that?
Yeah, that's got I had this here. They've all got something a little bit different. And of course, I'm not going to be able to. I can get back to you on record with that. They've basically got, they're assessed, some people have to, some practitioners will go out to the person's home to assess their home, some will just go on their perceived threats. They're all quite different in the way that they accept it, but none of them actually give the victim survivor the power to ask for one, and we're not hearing that they're being offered straight away, which I think is...
Okay, so which government agency is using them?
Oh, so we're government-funded agencies.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not like a similar government program similar to yours? No.
Well, the Orange Door, for example, they refer people to get the devices, so they've got funding as part of their package to be able to refer to get those.
Okay. And so they're the ones setting the criteria about who does and doesn't get them, rather than you,
I don't know who actually, from my experience, all of the different agencies that I partner with, and that's all I can speak to, have all got different criteria on what needs to be met. So I don't know where that comes, and I haven't got that information. It doesn't seem very forthcoming.
Yeah. No, look, and privacy is such an important thing in this sector, because often that's one of the things that people have had taken away from them. So I completely understand. We'll ask you lots of questions, but we get that there are limits to what you can respond to. So thank you for that. So our terms of reference are partly about that intervention point about when somebody might be considering self-harm or suicide. You did mention, as a number of others have, that the point of leaving is a particularly dangerous point. Are there other particularly dangerous points or things? I'll throw another one out. One of the other things that we've heard is that involvement in family court. So an actual court date will potentially be a trigger, both for violence but also for fear on the part of the victim survivor.
Yeah. I would, in my opinion, I would say those are two of the ones that we do hand it out specifically for. Yeah. I'm not handing it out, like I said.
I completely understand.
But the feedback that we're getting, there was even more in those quotes that some people even take it into court with them. Yeah. They take it in their glasses case because they've had their phone smashed so many times, but they're happy to. They feel comfortable enough to just have it in their glasses case because nobody knows it's there. Yeah. So I don't know if that answered.
Yeah. No, that's good. Thank you. And yeah, it's an interesting model, and I really like that you are basically facilitating the services of other organisations that already exist rather than replicating them, which coming from the not-for-profit sector, we see a lot of replication, which is not helpful, but,
we saw a gap that didn't look like it was getting filled. So you either get a device or you don't. So I wanted to capitalise on that and let the people that still have their safety concerns actually have access to our devices if they don't meet the criteria to get the funded devices. So obviously we can't fund all of that ourselves, so we would prefer them to be government funded first, but if they don't meet those, we can't just be letting them out there without anything. So Change for Sam steps in and fills that gap.
And so what is the criteria for the government funded ones?
Don't know exactly. I did try and find out. This is a really hard question to get. I do know that there has to be AVOs involved.
Right.
And a lot of the times it's actually dangerous to take out an AVO for a lot of people. That will trigger escalation. So I know that's one. And I know that their risk is getting assessed by someone external. So I believe that the victim survivor is the best person to assess their own risk. And even if they hold one, carry one and never use one, but it makes them feel better, I think that sort of safety is prevention rather than letting it escalate and then trying to fix the problem. It's just being proactive rather than reactive, and it's a lot cheaper than hospital bills or funerals.
Well, and also, that you can't put a price on somebody's mental health for feeling slightly more secure. So,
so we are very relaxed with our eligibility. It's basically you haven't met the criteria for a government-funded one. Would you feel safe having one? Yes, it's yours. That's it. How long do you want it for? That's up to you. Bring it back when you're done. And actually that part of it is working really well because a lot of the time people are so beaten down by that point that they feel very useless and very helpless and very, go down the path of, so for them to be able to then help in someone else's recovery is really empowering, and that it's working really nicely.
And so is your service model based on something you saw overseas or
no, to be totally honest with you, I wanted to make a difference after Sam's murder, and I actually did look into making my own personal safety devices. And that was far beyond my reach. And then I discovered, hang on, they're already out there. How did we not know about this? And that's when I started looking into that and saw the massive gap. And it's been doing that ever since.
So the devices themselves, were they being used for this sort of thing? Or they and the monitoring was all ready set up? Oh, there you go.
I never knew about them. Sam never knew about them. Still to this day, so many people don't know about them. And even agency workers, some that really should be in that system and know about them, then just not hearing about them. So number one, I want to let people know they exist. And number two, they can ask for them. Because if you don't know they exist, how do you know to ask for them?
And does a similar program exist in any other state?
Not that I'm aware of. not that I'm aware of, but I wanted to focus on Victoria first, as
Yeah,
I'm
no,
from
fair
here.
enough. Yeah.
And I would love to. It's a program that can easily scale, so it's pretty simple actually.
Yeah, okay. And so are you funded through fundraising, or do you get government funding, or you
grants?
Yeah.
I'm constantly applying for 1 billion, million, trillion grants and getting some and not getting others. Fundraising is if we don't have time to do grants, and community donations. So just people wanting to help, and that's how we've survived so far, and that's $370,000 worth.
Yep.
Since January 24. We could definitely do with a lot of funding and get a whole lot more out there with the 130, whatever it was, 105,000 incidents. Each one of those people should at least be offered a device when they report, and that's a lot of people.
It is, yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Whitty?
I did have some questions that have just gone out of my head. Let me see if I can. It's about the people feeling safe. Have you done any research into saying that feeling of safety, and then because our terms of reference is about suicide on the back of that? Have you done any research into that link there?
No, we're not a suicide charity, we're a safety charity. So that's, we don't collect data on anything like that.
Okay.
But they're all connected. I mean, mental health, sexual health, family violence, suicide, they're all connected, and they all contribute. And that's what we keep hearing from our partners as well.
No, I just thank you for drawing attention to the device, because as you said, I think there'll be people listening and people all over the country that don't realise that these things exist.
No.
We've been doing this for months now, and we've never heard of it.
Really?
Yeah, and it's shocking to think that something so simple.
Okay.
As I said, I worked in the sector, albeit in South Australia, so
Wow.
if we don't have it there, then that's probably why I didn't hear of it.
Wow.
You may after the Royal Commission.
I'll have to go back and actually look and see if it's in the Royal Commission recommendations.
Well, maybe it should be.
I mean, now I have to ask how we can help, but you've kind of already outlined money.
Money, access. Like I said, we're a very small charity, but we're making a massive dent in this. We cover most of Victoria at the moment, and we are getting new agency partners. I've just got another meeting next week that we're going into the Geelong region, possibly partnering there, possibly doing a pilot in Gold Coast hospitals. Lots of stuff going on at the moment.
Okay, so has this turned into a full-time job for you?
A full-time unpaid job, it's great.
One more.
Yep.
Just about the monitoring agency. So is that connected with your organisation? Is it a private company? Is it Australian-based?
They're based their control room is in Canberra, but they are nationwide, so they support all of Australia. And I've forgotten the second part of that question.
So
have you?
Yeah, I have. Is it in Australia? So you said they have a family violence background. Is this all they do, or is it?
No, they do other stuff as well. Yeah, but they're monitoring devices for the control room.
And so, do you pay them for each device for the monitoring? Okay.
Yeah, I purchase my devices from them and also the monitoring from them. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all from me, Acting Chair.
Sorry.
No one's online at the moment.
My apologies. My Comcar's downstairs, so I've got to go. But thank you very much, and thank you for the work you're doing. That's, you really have turned something that was, such a terrible event in your life, and obviously in the lives of Sam's family, into something that's been positive for so many. So thank you. And I'm handing over to Sarah.
And I just want to ask if you want to add anything extra before we wrap up, if there's any other comments you want to make.
Well, I guess going back to the point of taking it to the suicide as well, if they've got a personal safety device, it's also reducing their feelings of isolation because they know at the touch of a button someone's there listening. So it was, you know, like I said, this isn't a suicide agency, but purely we know that a lot of the people that have them are alone, or they want them because they are alone, and they want that extra bit of added security, knowing at the press of a button someone can listen in and hear what they want to say. So I think that would help in that side of suicide as well.
Great. Thank you. It feels like you've given us a potential solution to some things.
I hope so.
But, I just have to finish off with some official words. So thank you for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, which you haven't at this point, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 3rd of July 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
No worries, thank you.
You're done. Free to go. I'm lucky there's just two of us. Cuteness. Do you want us to take a photo of you?
Thank you very much. Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I think we need to wait in case Gabe.
And then we can keep going. Or is it late 2:45? So we'll either need to suspend or a vote for here. We have a quorum of 2. Yes. Because we're in subcommittee.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere unless I go and talk.
In which case unless Gabe comes in, we'll have to adjourn.
Sure. I'll just check what time you said he was going to be.
He said 2:45.
Oh, right. Or we can just go on without him. Yeah?
Yeah, I reckon we'll just go.
Do I say this first? Thank you. Hello. Thank you. I just want to welcome you. I now welcome the representative of Mellie to give evidence. For the Hansel record, we should please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee. Although you are not required... Oh, sorry.
My name's Christy Lee Berryman. I'm the manager of our family violence programs at Mellie in Barwon, Geelong.
Although you're not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and it has the same standing as the proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Do you wish to make... before we go on, I'll introduce myself. I'm Sarah Whitty. I'm the member for Melbourne and I'm the chair of the subcommittee.
I'm Matthew Gregg, member for Deakin.
And we may have some other members joining us online later on. So do you wish to make a brief opening statement before we proceed with the discussion?
Yes, sure. So I was really interested when I saw the opportunity to submit something to contribute to this. I've worked at Mellie for nearly 17 years, most of that time in the family violence programs. And I oversee quite a broad range of programs. So the Women and Children Specialist Family Violence programs, our specialist children's team. We've got a new Safe at Home initiative that we're doing in partnership with Macaulay, and our men's services, which we're really proud of because we have a standalone men's centre in the Barwon region. We're the only provider of perpetrator services in Barwon, and we have 8 men's behaviour change programs, intake assessment, case management. It's also where we hold our personal safety initiative program, so the one that was referenced before in regards to supporting things like personal safety devices. And I also oversee our RAMP coordinator, so that's the risk assessment management panel as well. So it's just a really wonderful opportunity to be here today. And I think that over the years we have unfortunately seen suicide-related deaths within our service users. So to have an opportunity to share our experiences is really wonderful.
Your men's program, and you said service users, are they your men's users of the men's program, or you've got others?
So they're men who use family violence. So we've got women and children's programs, the perpetrator brokerage programs for both victim survivors and persons using violence, and then our men's centre, so yeah, for men using family violence. And
does your men's program then help with the prevention of suicide, and men are affected by that as well?
No, we hold, I think through our case management and our interventions, we absolutely address mental health issues. One of the gaps that we identified a little while ago was just how to hold an accountability lens, but also address the lens of trauma in the same space, because for many years they've been kept very separate. Often what we would have done is access brokerage or tried to facilitate referrals out in the public, but what we have observed is some of those private practices are not Maram aligned, and they can really lose the family violence lens. It can lead to unsafe practice and can actually put both people using violence and victim survivors further at risk, inadvertently, but just through the legislation that we're aligned to. One of the things that we did a little while ago to try and overcome a challenge such as that is that we wrote up a specific counselling role to sit within our men's centre and had it philanthropically funded so that we could hold a strong accountability lens alongside the addressing of the trauma that a lot of men experience, because you can't really do one without the other, but they both require really specialist skill sets.
And do you have, across all your programs, but do you have some examples of some positive change that you've been able to make?
Yes, yeah. I think one of the things that helps us be really successful, and we recognise change, it's a long journey. And so sometimes what we're seeing at point of engagement might be shifts. They might not be that sustainable change, because we might have a man on our wait list for 4 months, then he might be in our men's behaviour change program for 6 months. We might do a light touch or a post-participation with that man, but often by the time men finish group, they're just beginning their change journey. And whilst we capture different data sets at point of intake and reviews and exits, the only real measure of, I guess, understanding pure change is the experience of women and children. We can look and say there's been a reduction in L17 police reports, or, the man is taking more accountability or self-disclosure in program, but unless you are actually capturing the voice of the women and children, it is really difficult to confidently say this person has made a change. I think the other thing that really attributes to that is Mally has a real commitment to helping identify and fill some of the service gaps. We saw an increase a couple of years ago. We worked closely with the Orange Door, an increase in younger men, so under the age of 25, who were representing with multiple L17s, and we recognised that was a gap in our men's behaviour change program. We've got 18-year-olds who are really heavily engaged in tech-facilitated abuse, sitting in program with men who are in their 60s, who are really recidivist offenders, spent a long time in prison, who are not
engaging in the same types of violence, and you want to be able to adequately address that. So we got some philanthropic funding and we run a specific young men's program now. We co-designed it with victim survivors and people using violence. We created stakeholder groups and really consulted heavily on people who are experts in working with young people, youth justice, step-up programs, whatever we could really consult with, we would bring those in to develop a program specific for that cohort. That also, when you have a program that's more specifically catered to somebody, results in better engagement, longer term engagement, and that's where we see the biggest shifts as well. We also have a program for men with cognitive impairments, which we began in about 2018-19, and we had seen men that would come into group, exit group, come in, exit. It was just this pattern that we would see over. But then when we actually took the lens of trying to understand their acquired brain injury or their cognitive impairment, being able to put them into a modified group, again, all our programs are still aligned with Duluth framework, Marram aligned, all the family violence legislation and frameworks. They're the men who then can sustain their position in group and we can continue to work with.
Good. There's been a strong theme with this committee about sharing data and reporting concerns, and I'm just curious about if you've given some thoughts into how that would happen, and I'm also aware that your limited resources and the extra burden of reporting, and just to have an understanding of what that might look like for you.
I think for us, we're already capturing the information and we're sharing the information with the other specialist services or the other services required under FIS and CIS and under the Marram responsibilities. I think for us, when we look for more broadly, how do we capture this information, if there was a register or some way that organisations could report when we've been made aware of a suicide death of one of our past or current clients, if there was a way that we could actually complete a register or have a system where we could actually record that there'd been family violence history or engagement in the past. Because I think, we sit with such really rich, important information shared from particularly victim survivors. We're sharing it within our own services, and I mean, we've got a number of victim survivor programs in the Barwon region that we would consult with, but we also have a large percentage of them that all sit within the one division at Mallee. We share the same database. We've got really well established practices. I think Barwon as a whole has really demonstrated a really great coordinated approach to family violence. I would still suggest we've probably got a lot of things that we could really work on, and we do need to shift away from those people relationships that make it successful more to that real systemic change. But I do think we have quite a good integrated response and models that we work within, but a way to flag those or raise them to recognise that we have worked with somebody whose death was a suicide, that's a really big gap for us.
Thank you. Did you have some questions?
Do you have, so there's in commercial world, there's an Australian death check, so your database of clients can be checked against death registries and you can be alerted to when someone's passed away. Do you have data as to whether your clients have passed away within a period of your service to them?
We can record a client's death on our database system, but we would manually be entering that in. So that could be, we might get a notification from the Barwon Orange Door who are aware that a referral came through to our service, and they may have been notified by a VIC poll that a client had passed away, and so we would record that information, but we don't have anywhere that we would actively seek that information. And also family members might contact us to notify us to say, you've been in the call history, or I'm aware that they had engagement or they had a Mallee card with a client appointment time on. Have you been working with them? We're notifying you that that person has since passed away. And we would record that on our own database.
Do you allow clients to use your service with a pseudonym?
Victim survivors, sometimes it is suitable to do that. One of the places I probably see it most occurring, if somebody in our Barwon region is seeking case management support, often what we'll do is have a conversation with that individual around would they feel more comfortable seeking an out-of-region referral if a lot of the work can be done online or via phone or online appointments. We would always give them that preference first. There are some occasions where, for whatever reasons, they might request to use an alias, and usually what that process is that management would be agreeable. There's only a small handful of people that would need to be aware, and that we would keep a record of who that person is in our database in terms of information sharing purposes and things like that. When it comes to people using violence, we don't use an alias.
Okay. Is that because your service also provides support to male perpetrators? It's a conflict checking requirement? Because a lot of organisations don't really seek identity confirmation and allow pseudonyms as a matter of course.
Yeah, we're an accountability program first and foremost, and it's also about managing risk. So we already know that a lot of the men that come into our service might have multiple names that they use, and so we will record those aliases on the files as well, so that we can merge files later down the track if we've realised that the person we had contact with in 2018 is the same person who represented but with a different name. So we've got that functionality that we can merge files and specifically list aliases, but we certainly don't we don't actively accept them, if that makes sense.
Okay. How long do you keep that information for?
Well, we've been using the same database for, I'm looking to my exec here to say how long we keep it a long time.
According to the legislation.
Yeah.
Okay. Privacy requirements. We have information management.
Yeah. So you keep some not others, but you still know who you've spoken to, but you won't have every file note and every clinical record in perpetuity.
Well, so on our files, we've our data reporting system we use SHIP, and that's got files going right back to probably 2010 or whenever we started using that particular one, and then obviously, as Bernadette said, all of our other data.
And there's always a double-edged sword, privacy and quality of data, and then the potential for that to be needed in court proceedings in the future and rules around that as well. So it's complicated. I appreciate that. Do you often get requests from the coroners for access to information?
Not as much as we would really like to see. Okay. I have been in leadership in our family violence services for 8 years, and I've not received one subpoena for a victim survivor suicide. And we know that there's been multiple. There are multiple every year that we're aware of, and not once have we been requested a subpoena for that file. Occasionally, we do receive them for the people using violence, but it's not consistent.
So does that include subpoenas by other parties or perpetrators subpoenaing files of victims, or what are we seeing?
Most of our subpoenas are really for intervention order matters or family law matters, and they would be requested by the individual's lawyers, and then we would go through that process. I can only recall one coroner subpoena that I have had in the last 8 years, and then occasionally we may get a VIC poll facilitated subpoena, but more due to criminal association that might be within a client death, not specifically suicide, but it does not occur very often at all.
So in terms of access to data, bear in mind lots of tensions, and these aren't going to be decided today, but is there data you wish you had access to in the delivery of your service?
I think under the current family violence legislation, information sharing That's become much easier for us, and in the early infancy of that, it could be quite challenging, say, within mental health or hospitals to seek that information, whereas I feel like now everybody really understands their role and responsibility. I don't feel like there are really significant barrier access to information that we need to be able to safely and accurately deliver a service to clients. I think sometimes it's the opposite. It's when a client has died, we sit there and we think, when is somebody going to ask us for our files? We've got some really important information we would like to share.
And this is my last one. And I think it's a really important point you've raised. And yeah, do you have a lot of clients that have a history of living interstate, or do we see evidence of perpetrators living interstate? Because I think one of the things you've mentioned in your submission is around national consistency. So is that something that you've really seen emerge in your practice?
We do, probably more so with victim survivors than people using violence. The majority of the clients in our victim survivor services who are experiencing homelessness or are stuck in that cycle of emergency accommodation are generally those who have fled from interstate. So they may have made that move to come to a new region, come to a new state. They're often the ones that we would be aware of that may have a history somewhere else, and then those practitioners would be doing the appropriate information sharing or consulting, particularly when there's risk involved.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Just to add on to what Mr. Gregg was talking about, you said you wanted to share the information, you waited for people to come to you. Is there a way that you can just bring the information without being asked of it?
Not that I'm aware. I think again, due to privacy, we're really fortunate. We've got some really great relationships with our Geelong Family Violence Unit. They also co-chair our RAMP in Geelong. And so there will be times that we may reach out to share our concerns around notification around a particular death. But that's probably really as far as we have capacity for.
And you mentioned before, just now as well, that you share with other organisations. Is that really just ad hoc as you think of it, and you just sort of ring each other and having conversations, or do you have formal lines of communication?
Very formal lines of communication. So under the Fs and Cs, as soon as we get an intake, we will request a SIP report from the Orange Door. We will conduct information sharing requests with Child Protection if we know that there's children involved, with Barwon Health, or with other services if we're aware that there's other services involved, and our men's practitioners will collate all of that information and review it before we even meet to complete the assessment of that man. And then throughout that period as well, as things change, one of the biggest gaps we often struggle with is the waitlist period. Often there can be demands in getting into programs, so we've established a waitlist worker with quite a structured check-in process. So if there are new circumstances, for example, a man says, I'm now having contact with my children, or my ex-partner is facilitating the contact of my children, we'll reach out and do further information share requests through Child Protection or those appropriate bodies, so we can ensure that we've got the most up-to-date relevant information. We also have got a process embedded. We receive the L17 list every day. It's our organisation's responsibility. We have our leadership team review that list, and if there are clients on there who are engaged in our service, we will reach out to the Orange Door. We will advise them that we will do that follow-up. So we have our family safety contact workers who would contact the victim survivors, and we would have our men's practitioner who would contact the men to address that incident. If the box has been ticked on the incident report that the person using violence has been spoken to by VIC.
And are those formal lines of communication as well if someone's suicided?
It depends how we find out, I guess, where that information comes from. Because like I said, it could be that a family member might call us and notify us. the first thing that we would do, or if it was a practitioner that was aware, would email their team leader and myself. I would notify the Barwon Orange store, our Mallee manager there, and then I would also notify our director, who would notify our exec, and then therefore our CEO. We would also go through a process with our own quality and risk team as well, to review those files, regardless of whether there was any concerns around any wrongdoing at all. It's just a process that we would do just to ensure good practice.
How do legal processes contribute to suicidal, and how should systems mitigate these risks?
I think when I look at what are the kind of the high risk points, and I know that this would be a really consistent theme that you're probably hearing, we look at the separation, we look around when perpetrators particularly might be released from custody, and that fear level really increases. We do identify that court and legal proceedings are a really high risk time for victim survivors, and then obviously change in protection orders as well, whether orders have been struck out, not extended, or children not included in those orders, particularly around, I guess, legal family law proceedings. What we have seen is that sometimes there might be a shift in the violence. So we may have worked really hard to relocate a woman, we may have completed a personal safety initiative referral, a safety audit may have been conducted on the home, trades have come in, they've installed the security cameras, they've got a personal safety device or whatever safety mechanism we can put in place. And then sometimes what we see is that shift can then work or move towards men then further using children to continue to perpetrate abuse. So threats around, you're an unfit mother, threats around, I'll report you to child protection, threats around, I'm going to go for full custody. And then that's the shift that we sometimes see around those critical time points. So for us, it's really important to make sure that we are, our subpoenas that we're preparing are really accurate, up to date. We've got all the information that we require. And we have seen some examples for women where, the conversations that they've had with their practitioners are around, if I wasn't here, maybe he wouldn't be doing this to the children. If I wasn't here, then he would stop. The tactics that have now turned towards the children, and that's a really painful point, I think, for women.
Just around the link with the threatening of suicide as a coercive behaviour as well is something we see a lot here. Obviously, the statistics say that people who perpetrate violence are more likely to complete suicide, but at the same time, it is a coercive behaviour, as pointed out. So what would, in your mind, in a kind of a practical way, would be a best case scenario with police intervention? So they've arrived at the scene, something's gone awry, they're aware that there's a threat of suicide, but the family are also in distress. What would you expect police to do in an ideal world?
Yeah. I think a lot of times the work can't be done in isolation, and we can't not hold a mental health lens or perspective over that as well. We work really closely with Barwon Health and their mental health team around really trying to understand what are really the high risk indicators for suicidality, and where is the professional judgment around this is a tactic of power and control, knowing full well that men who do go on to complete suicide, in some of the families that we've worked with, are very clearly evident that that was the final act of power and control, particularly where children have been the ones who have found them. So I really think that you can't do it in isolation, because we can't hold the specialist lens on everything. But again, I think that's where you really need those specialist family violence roles within the courts, within Victoria Police, within the health system as well, so that you can have those conversations around, well, where is this a mental health response, and where is this actually a tactic of power and control? Just a final one.
It might be a bit of a kind of, I'm not sure of the scale of it in your experience, and I'd be interested in your insights, that where a mental health order is made and someone is placed into a facility, that then unable to be served with a violence order, and then there is difficulty of no violence order being in place when the person leaves treatment. Has that been something you've observed in your?
I think it can, but again, I think when you have really integrated systems that are, frequently communicating, and if we're aware that somebody may be released on a particular day, we would then be looking at, well, how can we secure that victim survivor at that high risk time? So do we look at emergency accommodation for a brief period of time to allow, modifications on the home to make that safer, ensure that the safety devices and things like that are all in place. Really important to, I think, have that coordination, because we just recognise that some of those systems, just don't always work together. And I think the thing for us as well is our experience is often the stay in a mental health facility is often quite brief.
Thank you.
You argue that family violence information held by specialist services is not routinely accessed in coronial investigation. Thank you. How significant is the impact of this gap?
I think it's quite significant, and I know I provided some case studies to support our submission as well. It's really difficult for practitioners to be holding and sitting with this information, not being aware of how much that person's family may have been aware of, how much that this had been a contributing factor to their decision and that level of distress. We have case notes where every single phone call, the narrative is around, he's constantly telling me to go and kill myself, constantly telling me that my children would be better off without me. And we're holding all of this information in our internal database, but those are not considerations that are brought into the coronial inquest. That is really difficult, I think. All of our family violence practitioners turn up to work every day because they want to support the safety of women and children. And so to know that, we've got information that could be shared for learnings, to support additional findings, to shape the way we provide services or systems or frameworks, I think is quite challenging.
How can data systems better reflect coercive control and non-physical violence as contributors to suicide?
Well, I think as we refine the different MARAM tools, our data collection points within the specialist family violence services, we're getting better at capturing that information. We're understanding the importance of regular, updating those documents as often as we can, and really looking at what are the evidence-based risk factors, what's the professional judgments, also what's the experience of that victim survivor, and then how we're using this information. Definitely the points I mentioned before around, I guess, those high-risk points, our workers would really ensure that we're asking those direct questions. We're ensuring that the safety plans are adequately covered, that if there's any risk associated with, for example, a perpetrator released from custody, that we're actually offering these are alternatives that we can put in place for you. So that I think those entry points or those, the high risk points are really, really critical for workers to understand. I mean, that's all held on our internal database as well. Obviously, again, coordinating under the MARAM responsibilities, ensuring that we're sharing that information with the family violence unit where appropriate, the health services, the justice services, I think is what we need to focus on.
One of the challenges for family violence organisations maintaining databases is it the reliance on grants and sporadic funding that investing in something like an up-to-date database a challenge?
I could probably spend another hour on that one. Yes, it is a challenge, I guess, for us. especially when the priority really lies within just filling the service gaps. So, for example, I talked about some of the additional programs that we're offering as our kind of men's suite of programs. In our women's program, we have philanthropic funding to run a, we call it RAW, resisting, oh gosh, I've just had a mind blank then. RAW, what does RAW stand for?
Not sure.
Something about our acts of resistance. I'll get back to you on that one.
Resistance, yeah.
And it's an 8-week kind of psychotherapy, psychoeducation therapy program for women that that they can be referred into post their kind of traditional case management experience, because again, we recognise that often that does not even come close to addressing the therapeutic needs or the longer term recovery. So having that group work program, it's not something that we're funded for, but yet we recognise that it's such a it's a really protective factor. The group itself was co-designed by a group of women about 10 years ago. It's now co-facilitated by a past participant, and we make those payments to recognise their time through donations and grants that we go to seek. So I think sometimes when we're looking at, well, what kind of things can we need and what do we need funding for, often it's the immediate safety needs and then the therapeutic recovery needs.
Does that so I think you're talking about the integrated support for families and children as well. Could you talk to us a little bit about the involvement of children as part of that therapeutic process?
Yep. So we, in our women and children's team, we have specialist practitioners who we receive referrals and we really consider whole of family. And so for some of those children who may already be well connected with, say, welfare workers at school or existing therapeutic supports, we will do the coordination and ensure that that remains in place and that things don't fall down. For children where practitioners do identify that there might be some challenges, due to that exposure to family violence, they may be school refusing, they may be disconnected from education, they may be displaced because of the amount of times that they've had to move. We will still work with those children, but where we identify they really need a specialist lens, we'll refer them across to our it's called the Homeless Children's Specialist Support Service, and that's funded to work with children whose parent is receiving a support from a family violence or homelessness agency. And 98% of those referrals would come from the family violence service, because often they're experiencing both family violence and homelessness as a result. They do really intensive intake and assessment with both the parent and the children directly. We're completing child marams. We're helping them to identify goals, ensuring that all of their support needs are met as well. So that's a specific children's role, and I would say that's an overall gap in our family violence support services as well, is that children still remain very much attached as an accompanying member of that head person being referred into services. And we do recognise that, without those young people and children having adequate opportunity to address not just the immediate but the longer term therapeutic interventions is really what's going to help them in the longer term. That's a big gap for us.
You emphasise the need for cross-system safety planning at high-risk moments. What would best practice implementation look like nationally?
I think there is already some really great programs that are really demonstrating the effectiveness of some of this, and I'll refer to our Changing Ways serious risk program. So Mallee is one of 3 sites in Victoria that's running the Changing Ways program, and I know that has been referenced in some coroner's findings last year several times, and it really is around, so our Changing Ways program doesn't necessarily need the consent of that man to continue working, whereas in our mainstream services, if that man hasn't consented to our services, we're not doing the information sharing, we're not sitting on the court links, we're not doing all of that risk management and mitigation and often no one is, or agencies might be doing it themselves, but there's not a really considered coordinated response. So when I think of the Changing Ways program, if we've got a serious risk offender, we can work with that victim survivor, and we can do all of that coordination with the person using violence. And hopefully there is a point in the journey where we can create an opportunity to have contact with that person using violence. It might be we ask corrections to do a warm referral, and we might go and do a prison visit and establish a relationship before a release. It may mean that we just turn up to a motel where we're told that that person's living, or we might ask Victoria Police to help us facilitate a home visit so that they can help create a referral. But that's been a really great program that's demonstrated the level of risk that can be mitigated when you've got someone whose specific role it is to coordinate and share that information, regardless of whether the person using violence disengages, because often when that person using violence disengages, that's when we can really lose eyes on the risk.
Your submission notes the requirements of consistent definitions and metadata. Do you consider that there is an example of a jurisdiction or organisation that does this well?
Sorry, can you read that question again?
Well, is there an organisation that uses metadata well that you can think to as an example?
Can you clarify the metadata?
Yeah, I think the term metadata was used in one of the submissions as well. I mean,
Yeah.
metadata is just data, but it's
Just
essentially
data.
information.
Yeah.
Because we have a limited number of tick boxes in a lot of these systems, including MARAM, and sometimes it's more rich in the free text.
Yep. I mean, I look at RAMP as a really good example of that. It's a really coordinated response where you've got your RAMP core members from really key stakeholders within the region who are coming together to share that information to mitigate the risk. And not just risk of family violence. We, in our last RAMP meeting, we had 2 young people who were referred to the panel, so under the age of 18, both the victim survivor and the person using violence. And it was a really tough decision because we have to consider all of the information that we've got. We want to, obviously, safety trumps everything, and that's first and foremost, but we also don't want to further criminalise a young person, or we're also facing challenges where we, say, have gaps in housing, where that could also mitigate risk. But I do think RAMP is a really good example. It's not a data system, it's a program, but it really it helps to mitigate the risk of those really high risk of lethality cases.
Last question. Your submission recommends that coroners be required to request specialist family violence service records where DFSV involvement is suspected. What changes would allow coroners' processes to better integrate these records without compromising privacy and safety?
Sorry, I'm going to ask you to repeat that one again.
Your submission recommends that coroners be required to request specialist family violence service records where DFSF involvement is suspected. What changes would allow coroner processes to better integrate these records without compromising privacy and safety?
I guess for me, I hope that by having, the most information available, and it's not just information, it's the voice of that victim survivor that's actually being included. So I think that is really significant in terms of, what we would like to see from that. We're constantly looking at recommendations around how could we embed that in our practice? What would that look like? We're really fortunate at Mallee. We've got several practice lead positions across our organisation, including a specific family violence practitioner. And sometimes we will flag themes that we see in coroners' reports, and we'll bring the team together for a reflective practice session around it to say, well, how do we do this in our program level, or what are the considerations that we, that what we need to take into consideration here in regards to that person's privacy and considerations around that. I think for me, what I would hope is that the coroner would be best placed to determine what information is made available, or how that information is shared or communicated with the utmost of respect.
Thank you. Is there anything else you want to add before we finish up?
Just on the back of the last presenter, I just wanted to let you know, so we obviously hold the Personal Safety Initiative program in Barwon, and so we're often distributing personal safety devices. We're also one of the pilot sites for an immediate response PSI rollout as well, and so we are aware of the Sheba report that has come out recently in regards to that initiative. What we found, which was a little bit different than what the Sheba report found, was that in Barwon we do have a really quick turnaround of providing either safety audits for properties or personal safety devices. We even pre-order safety devices so that if somebody has an urgent request, they can pick one up from an office immediately, because we recognise the significance of having something like that available to enhance somebody's sense of safety.
So is that available as a rule? Like anyone who comes in and says, who's local, it says I would need this to feel safe, they will always get one?
We've got a personal safety initiative coordinator, and so Mally holds that program, but it's obviously a Barwon response, so any worker, regardless of whether it's specialist family violence, can refer into that. They complete a referral form, provide the most updated MARAM, and then what that worker will do is, in consultation with that worker and obviously with the information from the victim survivor, is to determine what are the available support options. So a personal safety device is not automatically given for every single one. It would really be based on what's the pattern of behaviours that that person might be experiencing. If there was a history of stalking or concerns around stalking, then absolutely we'd be recommending a personal safety device. If there is intervention orders and they're being breached, then we would absolutely recommend CCTV, because then they can use that for evidence to report those breaches and support that process.
Are they mutually exclusive, or would you do them in concert? So, like, you have CCTV and a personal device.
It would very much be based on the individual. Some people might not want a safety audit completed on their house, or they might be staying in temporary accommodation or with friends. They might only want the personal safety device, and others, the recommendations might come back for CCTV, sensor lighting, lock changes, personal safety device. They're probably the main things, and debugging is another really significant one that we do as well. And we have over the years seen an increase in our debugging reports do come back to say that there was evidence of tracking devices, so either within the home, the victim survivors, electronic devices, particularly with children as well. With children, if they are old enough to have a mobile phone, we will fund a mobile phone, but we also fund space talk watches for children, which are specifically designed, obviously with support from the parent in teaching that child how to use that device.
Thank you
very much.
Before I let you go, I've just got some official words that I need to say. Thank you for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, which I don't think you have, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 3rd of July 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as a submission to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
As well.
Geez, this is official.
Dell, and this is Dell and Dell. Confusing everybody.
Hi, you ready? Just got a few official welcoming notes. I now welcome you to welcome representatives of the Multicultural Centre for Women's Health to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you mind please stating your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name's Adele Madolo and I'm the CEO of the Multicultural Centre for Women's Health.
And I'm Delaram Ansari, and I'm the Manager of Research, Advocacy and Policy at Multicultural Centre for Women's Health.
Welcome. And I'm Sarah Whitty. I'm the Chair of the Subcommittee of the Social Services Policy.
I'm Matthew Gregg, the Federal Member for Deakin.
Although you are not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and it has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Do you wish to make a brief opening statement before we proceed with discussion?
That would be great. Thank you. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are on the unceded sovereign lands of Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and we would like to pay our respects to elders past and present. Thank you to the committee for the invitation to give evidence. The Multicultural Centre for Women's Health, or MCWH, is a Victorian-based national organisation led by and for migrant and refugee women and gender diverse people. Since 1978, we have been working to advance the health of migrant and refugee women and their communities through our in-language health education, research and capacity building. Our submission outlined that for migrant and refugee women, there is an intersecting role between experiences of domestic, family and sexual violence, pre- and post-migration related stresses, and suicide risk. This also aligns with the findings from the latest research by Dr. Maheen and colleagues. This research is not yet published, but it has been shared with us for the purpose of this hearing. Dr. Maheen's research looked at coronial records for migrant women who died by suicide in the context of domestic family violence. One of their key findings was that migration-dependent conditions such as visa insecurity, financial and housing precarity, child custody dispute produce forms of a structural entrapment. And we also know from our own years of research that these factors, along with factors like social isolation, lack of culturally responsive services, and the complexity of the system, prevents many migrant women from being able to leave harmful relationships. Another finding was that most migrant women who had experienced family violence and died by suicide had engaged with the service prior to their death. MCWH's submission provides a thorough review of existing evidence base. MCWH believes that the most effective initiatives are often cross-sectorial and community-driven. Our recommendations are outlined in our submission, but we would like to highlight 4 recommendations here today. Number 1, fund intersectional community-led participatory research to better understand migrant and refugee women and gender diverse people's experiences of violence, mental health and suicidality. We note that this also aligns well with the National Women's Health Strategy 2020-2030. 2, utilize the well-established community-led programs that are national, like MCWH's Health in My Language program, which provides in-language, culturally appropriate health education, and expand its reach for topics like suicide prevention and family violence. This also aligns well with the National Suicide Prevention Strategy 2025-2030. 3, improve access to mental health, legal, housing, social support, and domestic, family and sexual violence services that are trauma-informed, inclusive, and culturally and linguistically responsive. As stated earlier, many migrant women who died by suicide had engaged with the service. So it is crucial that we ensure services are equipped to identify suicide risk factors and support migrants and refugee women and gender diverse people impacted by family violence in a timely manner. 4, work with migrant and refugee organizations and communities to establish and implement national standards for intersectional data collection. We will conclude with this. Across many national strategies and agreements, such as the National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Agreement, migrant communities are identified as a priority population. However, their needs are rarely prioritized. This is a significant portion of our Australian community. Over 28.3% of the female population in Australia were born overseas, and nearly half of our population have at least a parent who was born overseas. So it is important for us to ensure migrant and refugee women and gender diverse people's experiences are heard, but also included in our future research, programs, and in the design of culturally responsive care. Thank you for your attention.
I'll go first if you like. We had a group talking before about issues with interpreters. Do you experience the challenges with interpreters as well? And if so, how do you deal with that?
So our work is through bilingual health education mostly. So we go out to women in workplaces or different settings and provide education to them in their own language through trained workers. So in the course of that work, we don't really need to use interpreters. The engagement that we have with interpreting services is really hearing from women when they have issues accessing interpreters, and we hear quite a lot of it, whether it's through our research or whether it's through our programs and talking to them directly about that. But there are stories that we hear about delayed care. So, for example, they will have an appointment booked with a health practitioner and the interpreter has been booked but then cancels. So then they have to book and rebook until they can actually get that interpreter. That's particularly more acute for the smaller languages than the newly arrived languages and for people living in rural areas. One group actually that has almost no access to interpreters are the Pacifica community. We were planning to run a session with a group of Pacifica workers up in Colac. Oh, actually, no, sorry, it was Warrnambool.
Yep.
And we didn't have a worker who spoke any of their languages, and we were looking for an interpreter, and we weren't able to find a single interpreter in the whole of that region, and we weren't able to find one who was willing to travel there for the day. So there are some groups that really have very limited access to interpreters. Other issues came through, we did some research called the Aspire research, which was a national study of domestic and family violence, and that brought up a lot of issues with interpreters when women are trying to access all kinds of services, but also including domestic and family violence and sexual violence services. They just didn't have the access to these services that they needed. And the interpreters themselves weren't adequately trained to do those types of consultations. What we noted was that there was a critical mass of excellent interpreters, mostly women who had been through domestic violence themselves, and so they were really committed to doing interpreting, and they did a fabulous job, but their employers didn't support that work in any way. So there was no training, no debriefing, they were the ones that were often sent. Some of the interpreters didn't want to go to those types of consultations, so they'd turn them down because it was like a casual contract type arrangement. So there were definitely workforce issues there for issues that are more complex and difficult to, the jobs that are the most difficult to do. Yeah, and so our workforce just hasn't been properly trained or supported to be able to do those consultations adequately for the women.
Yeah. You mentioned that a lot of people who suicided, they had engaged in services. Have you identified what the gaps might be? Do you want to share some further insights into that?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it aligns well with what Adele has already shared a little bit. The services they access varied between mental health support services, family violence services, legal services, and I think one of the biggest gaps was lack of understanding of suicidal risk for migrant and refugee communities when they first presented to those services, and also lack of training to provide culturally responsive care in a timely manner. I would say those two would be the main points. However, there's also massive amount of caseloads that all of these services are dealing with. So they need to be better supported, funded to be able to do more of the great work that they're doing. So the training is super important, but also making sure they pick up on any risk factors and adequately support migrant and refugee women and gender diverse people in a culturally responsive, trauma-informed manner.
And you mentioned culturally responsive. Is there any things that we need to consider when we consider all the different cultures that we're dealing with in terms of the family violence and leading into suicide?
One of the things that we've found in doing this type of work over time is that it really is a cross-cultural experience, so domestic violence or mental health issues or suicide. And the factors that come up again and again are less likely to be about culture and more likely to be about systems and structures. So it's more likely to be about the vulnerability that's created through systems like our visa system, which for a lot of our visa system actually works against the independence and kind of support of women and gender diverse people that come to Australia. So, for example, sponsorship visas or the secondary visa holder system, women will come to Australia with a husband and really she's not supported at all to engage in the community or really earn her own income and things like that. So I guess it's factors like that which for us come up again and again and again as the key drivers of domestic violence and the key drivers of mental health issues and the key drivers of all of the disadvantage that we see. So in saying that it's important to be culturally responsive, I think that's kind of a bare minimum for services that, obviously need to work with anyone they see as a whole person. So whether they're LGBTIQ or whether they're, an older person, it's about having that kind of response to the whole person and whatever is important to them, and culture's included in that. But I think when we're looking for solutions to issues like domestic violence or like, that link between domestic violence and suicide, for us, we're often, we are often encouraged to turn our gaze to these systemic and structural factors because they seem to be the ones that make the difference to the communities, if that makes sense. Yeah.
And if I can just add one more point as well, for us at MCWH, we define culturally responsive care as supporting women to navigate the systems that Adele pointed to as well, navigate the health system, the migration system, the legal system. Because often when we think about culturally responsive care, people just think about translating resources perhaps, which is great, but is that bare minimum. So it's about whether women can access the support in a timely manner. Is there a service available there? Is there someone who they feel comfortable who can actually talk to? So all of that encompasses providing culturally responsive care to make sure the person is respected and feel like they can adequately use the service.
Thank you. Mr. Sure.
I noticed that, firstly, with the research you were referring to that's just new, will that be included as an exhibit with your evidence as well?
I can talk to the researchers
That would be
and look into that.
that would
of
be
course,
absolutely
yeah, I
wonderful.
can take that on notice.
Because that would be very insightful. Because I'm familiar with the current kind of Australian Institute of Health and Welfare statistics that suggest that that humanitarian visa holders have a lower suicide rate than the general Australian population. But as it points out in your submission, there are variances between different cohorts. So it refers to African and Oceania as an area where a lot of people from that part of the world have a heightened risk. Would you be able to speak to some of the reasons for that from your perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. We have included some research that really highlights some specific groups or ethnic groups, because that's how those researchers done those research, and it's a smaller scale research. But I think what we really need is a national level research, population level, to be able to see those trends. It's really difficult for us to make generalizations based on just one or two study about a whole of a population or a group. It doesn't make them inaccurate. It just means that we don't see the whole of the picture. That's right. And we know for migrants, they are not a homogeneous group. And there's so much diversity. So that's why we call for a national coordinated data collection that accurately captures migrant and refugee, women, gender diverse people and communities' experiences really well. So we can follow those trends and understand their needs better and then have better policies. But what we can point to and what we see in our research is that there are some common factors across all groups. And that goes back again to those financial insecurity, housing precarity, visa difficulties, and dependency to partners. Social isolation has been picked up as one of the main reasons for a link between all of these issues, as well as lack of access to culturally responsive services. So we can't really point to necessarily one group and say, generalize about them, but those studies show that this issue exists for migrant and refugee, women and gender diverse people, and they need to be further investigated.
So when referring to community, obviously that can be very big in the broader Australian community, and then for some groups as well, there's kind of the community that share their background as well, which we can see is both, when it's done well, it can be a great promoter of people being able to disclose and comfortably access services and be really facilitative. And on the other end of the scale, sometimes cultural practices from home can sometimes make it a lot harder for people, and that kind of can be external pressure for people to kind of suck it up. And particularly when it comes to different values around what the home should look like and what's acceptable and what's not. Is when you talk about community-based supports, are we saying that is it within particular cohorts, or is it broader?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think what we find is that every culture's got those kind of violence supporting attitudes, and they've got protective types of attitudes. And then one of the important factors is then what happens once a community comes to Australia with those different attitudes. And some of them will be supported by Australia, the broader Australian society. And some of them won't be. So I think it's about recognising that culture sits within a broader context once you migrate, and that culture changes, and it often changes in ways that kind of align with what's happening in the broader community. So, one of the things that is really protective for migrants is that collective culture where, you might come in and join an ethno-specific group, and you've got, lots of support from other families, and, everyone's in Australia on their own kind of thing, so they come together. And I think that's something that is really well worth supporting. These, the groups that can provide that support for people. But what is also needed is a process of, I guess, recognising the leadership of women within those communities, because, more generally in Australia, we need programs to prevent violence against women. No one's going to change their attitudes just because they're going to change them. We have got these programs to support communities to change. And that's the same with migrant communities, that we need specifically tailored programs within those communities that are going to build the leadership of women and take their guidance in what the best way of preventing violence in their communities might be. And one of the things we've also found over the years is that there are these groups of women within communities who have fought against domestic violence or promoted gender equality in their communities for a long time. And they're like the gold, really. So I guess I think that's a really important strategy, to build capacity of communities to prevent violence against women, and really harnessing the leadership of women within those communities so that culture can change in ways that is going to support the promotion of gender equality and respect for women and those kinds of attitudes, I suppose. Does that answer your question?
It does. We've seen, even within Australia, we've got lots of different definitions of what a DFSV-related suicide is. So we don't have one single unifying definition. Would you support having one definition for the sector-wide to use? And if so, what would be the criteria you would include in that definition?
Wow, that's a big question, isn't it? Do you have an answer, Delara?
I would like to see community being consulted on that definition and whether that definition is also appropriate for them and whether they see themselves within that experience. It would be a difficult one for us to say we agree on one definition right now, but we would definitely be in favour of being consulted and seeing whether we can have a definition that we can also run by community, as we do often with any work we do, and make sure, having a standardised language will actually help, because that means we're talking about the same thing.
One thing we've also seen is among kind of groups, including those with humanitarian visas, kind of the longer they're in Australia, the risk of suicidality seems to go up. And there are kind of supports that are designed well when people are in that visa uncertainty phase. And then once they're permanent, it kind of just drops off and suddenly they're on their own without still having the traumas of the past. And we know that many have experienced sexual assault from all around the world before they come. And obviously they're refugees because something has gone awry and they've had experiences that most would consider traumatic. Do you think we need to get better at providing longer term support for people who have come in as refugees?
Absolutely, yes. I think there really isn't enough support for any women, like for people on any types of visas actually. There's the waiting period for benefits, there's for people on temporary visas, no access to Medicare. So I think the supports are very tenuous. And yeah, absolutely, they don't last long enough. We don't have long enough English classes, especially for women. That makes a big difference to them to be able to kind of become familiar with the language and then go on to use that in workplaces. I think workplace programs, I don't think we have enough of those tailored approaches. Because the reason I'm talking about workplace is because it's a protective factor.
It's social mobility.
Social mobility, it's financial independence. And we really don't have tailored programs that are going to support women really to make that transition from, first arrival to, you've settled, the kids are at school and, what's next for me? Because in a family, that's often, she's often the last one that is kind of thought of because of gender inequality. So, yeah, I completely agree. We need more supports and we need tailored programs that are addressing a wide variety of issues that can support.
It sounds like getting the basics right, helping people understand the language, get access to social mobility, getting a good job, setting yourself up for life, and as you said, those are protective.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the other factor is discrimination, because we know we've got some serious issues with discrimination in workplaces, and migrant and refugee women and gender diverse people are particularly impacted by that mix of gender and sex and race discrimination, that intersectional discrimination. And that can be really, demeaning and has an impact on, again, that financial independence and ability to have agency in your life. And I guess that increases isolation, and we're back into the risk factors for both domestic and family violence and suicide as well.
Do we see a difference in how these issues play out in regional areas vis-a-vis suburban areas?
I don't think we know enough about that as well. With our research that we did, the Aspire research, we interviewed 46 women from Tasmania and Victoria, and some of them were from regional areas as well. And we did find increased social isolation for the women who were living in regional areas. There are examples of, for example, women who had come when they first came to Australia just to live on a farm with the husband, and it was really difficult for her to actually just, get transport to go into town on her own and things like that. So yeah, I think that we do have some, because of the tyranny of distance, some particular issues with isolation in rural areas. I think it's also when you don't have a lot of people in an area. This was in Tasmania. We found that even in Victoria we've got a lot of ethno-specific organisations. In Tasmania they really relied on the mainstream organisations because they couldn't have these smaller ones. So it really meant that the services had to be much more culturally responsive and able to respond to a wider range of people, because people weren't able to go to, the Filipino organisation, for example. So that increases isolation as well as services have to work really hard to be responsive, and they don't always get it right, I suppose. There's a lot of work we can do to improve that. Yeah.
You've mentioned a lot about migrant-specific programs, and when we're thinking of the programs and even to policies and whatnot, migrant-specific programs might not mean like they're coming from different cultures and whatnot. Are you considering that we need to think about the different cultures, or do we just consider it as a migrant cohort as a whole?
Well, the program I mentioned before, where we go out into workplaces, we do have specific workers who are from those communities. What's really important about that is the language, because they're getting information about health in their own language, and they're able to have an exchange, like a communication exchange, talk about what their barriers are, and the educator can then support that person to navigate services. So I think in some cases it is really important to have match workers with the background of the person. At the same time, and there's the reason why that's so important is because it works so well. I guess we get fantastic results from these programs, and it really, we hear from women, this is the first time I've ever had a service in my language in Australia. This has been my first contact with the health system in Australia, and it's been really positive, and it's really helped me. So we know that it works. So I guess that's where, in some cases, it's really important to have those specific programs. In other cases, it's not. We know, it's not possible. And there's two things I think that we could do in mainstream services to improve that. One is increase the workforce of people from migrant backgrounds within those mainstream services. We did a census in Victoria in the domestic and family violence services sector, and we found that there were only, I think, about 8% of the workforce was born overseas. And that even that very small amount of the workforce, they tended to be concentrated in the frontline roles, and they tended to be like 2 or 3 backgrounds only. It wasn't a broad spread. So, there are various reasons why that's the case, but there's so much more we could do to build the diversity of that workforce, and also build leadership of those people from migrant backgrounds in the sector itself. Because, obviously they come to the workforce with lived experience that they can then use to improve the way the sector works with migrant communities. So that's the first thing. I think you've got your kind of specific programs, you've got the mainstream and building capacity within the mainstream. And then there's, of course, every person, no matter what background they come from, needs to be able to work more flexibly and more culturally responsively with anyone who comes to them. And that's a training and capacity building program, I suppose, that I know that we do some of that. Maybe that's something we could do more of to build that awareness and ability to respond better.
Now, we have got Ms. Cheney coming online, but at the moment she hasn't got any questions, so if she comes up with one, she'll let us know. Another question is, what specific variables, like visa status, language, etc., should be included in a national data set?
That's a great question. And it's a complex one for many reasons, because there's so many different indicators to kind of be able to identify migrant and refugee cohort. We would say at the bare minimum, English proficiency, language spoken at home, country of birth, ethnicity, visa status. We would say those ones are the bare minimum to include in the data collection. Visa status mainly because, as you have pointed, those who come, for example, from humanitarian visas have almost twice experiences of suicide compared to migrants who are on a permanent visa. So we can see that if we don't include visa, we are suddenly missing all of these experiences. But in order for us to get it right, to have a right framework, we would like to advise to have consultations with community organizations, migrant refugee organizations, and migrant and refugee communities themselves. So then when we get those indicators, they accurately reflect the cohort we would like to serve. But another thing that is important for us to do in our data collection is also building the capacity of people who are collecting the data. That means across the sectors, healthcare sector, coroner's office, police, hospitals, domestic violence services, because once we do have that framework of what we would like to collect, it has to be consistent across all these services, but also nationally. And that capacity building is so important because we know, and you may have seen from our submission, that, for example, with coroner's data at the moment, they don't capture a lot of migration-related indicators. So that's a massive gap in our understanding of migrant and refugee women's experiences.
Thank you.
I've just got some recording control. I was just wondering, do you have any observations or even data from your service that might tell us the extent to which you're seeing perpetrators exploiting the migration system as a form of coercive control?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have that data doesn't exist. We'd love it to. What we have are stories that women tell us, but no kind of prevalence data or
Something you see anecdotally
all the time.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's very. I mean, I don't know enough to say common, but it is a story that we hear a lot from women. That the visa system isn't really doing them any favours, and that it is very easily weaponised in various different ways through. The information, for example, for a woman to come to Australia. If it's a spouse visa, all the information goes to the spouse, the husband, and it can be very easy to, kind of not make the passport available to the woman or the information about the visa, what her rights are, all of those kinds of things. And that fear, I think one really salient issue is that fear of, number one, deportation, so that's used quite often. But number two, that women are going to lose their kids, because if their children have been born in Australia and they're being threatened with deportation, then their fear is that the children will stay in Australia and she'll be sent back. So there's some very fundamental, fears being tapped into there for women that, of course, you're going to stay in a violent situation if that's the threat.
Absolutely. And we have been working with Respect Victoria recently to work on their website around how visa insecurity is actually a big factor in coercive control, particularly for migrant and refugee women. So I'm really glad that you pointed it out. And the programs that Adele pointed to, and I mentioned earlier, like the Health in My Language program, that is a health education where women feel safe. Sometimes that's the first time they actually get to share this is happening and here's other support services available to you. So if they're that isolated, they don't have family support here, social network, those programs are the programs that allow us to actually intervene and support them and provide them the right information in their language.
Something that you do when you get a bank account is that the bank has to verify with the husband and the wife separately. Is that something that you would consider that would be a good outcome for visa applications in the similar way?
That's a good question. I don't know if there's one thing that will help, but maybe if there are more avenues where women can provide consent or be given information or freely be able to talk, that would be helpful. Whether when those confirmations for bank happens when the husband's present or the perpetrator potentially is there, that's also a factor. That's why I don't think, because of this complex issue, it has one solution really fixes it. But we have seen, for example, in healthcare, and we've been advocating for a while for this, that if a woman cannot speak English very well, that an interpreter be called as a necessity and not allowing another family member to make calls on their behalf. So I would say for that instance, it would be helpful to make sure women get more opportunities to be able to speak, whether through an interpreter or themselves. But I don't know if that solution alone will be helpful.
And I think, I completely agree with what Dalaram has said about no one solution, because another solution that has been put forward is let's educate men more about, domestic violence is against the law in Australia when you first come. And that's fine, like it's good for men to know that. But I don't know that education in itself is really going to prevent, going to stop a man who's going to be violent from doing it, because we know very educated men can be violent too. But it also means that all the information sits with him. And what we see is that, kind of gap where the education kind of goes to a family, it goes to the main, not just, violence is against the law, but generally speaking, our migration kind of induction information goes to a family rather than individuals. So I think we could get better in making sure that women themselves have that information, directly to them.
Do you think that the line that we consider family violence largely, like I'm thinking control of finances, which was very commonplace even in our own culture and country not very long ago, let alone other cultures, that do you think there is still a role for education, perhaps through communities and individuals, about where that line is here?
Absolutely. That's a really important point. There'd be women who've never had bank accounts. They're being controlled by their husbands and families. Language, if you come to Australia and you don't speak English, everything you're doing has to be mediated by your family, because the services don't provide interpreters, or, as you said, you go to the bank and they really just want to deal with one person. I think that's definitely an important factor.
And can I just add that that education has to be both for the services as well as the community, so the services being able to pick up on those risk factors and just be able to call that interpreter or be able to intervene and make sure the woman is heard. So we can't just leave that to community to advocate for themselves, and we need to change our systems and structures to be more suitable as well.
In terms of interpreters, I'm thinking there are certain countries, which I'm sure you're familiar with, where people are concerned about people from that country essentially working for their governments and representing them, and that trust relationship between the people you're talking to and the person is really important, and having a third-party intermediary on the phone is just going to create tension, discomfort in disclosures and things like that. Is that something you observe as kind of a restraint on the use of interpreters as well?
Yeah, I think one of the things we emphasise a lot in our training with our bilingual health educators is building that trust. So making sure they're all trained up to understand it's completely confidential exchange with women, that what their responsibility is as a member of that community in terms of sharing information. So I think we have to work hard to not only make sure that our staff, including interpreters, have a great understanding of that difficult, precarious role they're in, but also for the community to have better trust of those health professionals. And I think trust is a problem more generally for health professionals, for migrant communities. And we saw it through COVID, where people were hesitant to have vaccinations for very different reasons from the rest of the community. It was really about what's going to happen to me if I do this, in terms of the government, not being trusted. So there's a piece of work there that we need to do right across the board for the health system, whether it's interpreters, bilingual workers and educators, or the rest of the, and domestic violence and domestic violence workers as well, just building trust in them. I don't think it'll come naturally for a lot of communities. Yeah.
And I think adding to the notes that Adele mentioned about our bilingual health educators, they get trained, for example, in confidentiality, privacy, and all of the important trauma-informed care. And when I mentioned we are advocating for participatory community-led research, I'm referring to bilingual health educators who've been trained and we built their capacity, so they are the ones who actually capture that data from community. So there is that trust. So I would believe that for our interpreters, they also need to be better supported and receive more training. So then that trust can over the time build on. Because if they're not well supported, they themselves are migrants, I would say. A lot of them are. That's also not good.
Anything else, mate? What role should colonial, I don't know why, and police systems play in capturing migration-related indicators and DFSB context?
That's a great question, and it did come up, and we mentioned this in our submission, the cluster that happened in Whittlesea in 2018, where that was noted that there was a kind of significant number of women from South Asian backgrounds who had died by suicide within a kind of space of time. And the coroner at that time was able to they were able to investigate and came up with some recommendations. But I think the nature of that investigation is a really individual type of investigation. And I don't think the coroner has that kind of, I don't know if it's not capacity, but that mandate to put different kind of cases together and note when there is a more social trend happening. So I think that's would be an important thing to consider, whether the coroner can do that, add that extra layer of kind of thinking about the social aspect in those investigations. And I think you've got more to add there.
Yeah, of course. We know at present coroners do not regularly collect migration-related data such as ethnicity, language skills, proficiency, visa status, and length of residence. So that's an issue. In our submission, we've talked about how it's important for this data collection, and I mentioned earlier, to be across the sectors. However, what's important for us to also note is that the information that is collected is complex because we need to balance it against the impact of data collection on migrant or refugee communities' trust in services. So there's a bigger piece of work that needs to happen, and that's why I suggested for any data collection, it would be great if communities consulted, so they're part of the solution. As for indicators, but also as who is capturing this data. But it is very clear to us that we need population level data that is not just coming from one system, but across the board. Those services that women had used or had utilized wasn't just one type of service. It was different services across the board. So we need to make sure all of them capture this data, but in a trauma-informed, sensitive manner. So migrant or refugees don't feel like they're being surveilled against, or they're being monitored perhaps, but rather this is how is it going to be used ethically to support them and their communities.
So, for example, we fears about a police officer gathering details about a person's visa.
Absolutely, because we have seen it, and we've mentioned that in our submission, that there are a lot of the time that migrant or refugee women themselves are misidentified as the perpetrator. We have noted the actual percentage. I can say it. So, according to Women's Legal Service Victoria, they found that in a 5-month period between January and May 2018, when police identified a female respondent as the primary aggressor, they were mistaken 58% of the time. And 53% of those women who were misidentified were from a culturally and linguistically diverse and came from a non-English speaking backgrounds. So you can see that there is a mistrust, and there needs to be more work done to make sure any data that is captured is ethically done, and it's in and the community supports that.
I think it's just like an important factor across a range of other areas as well. Because from our perspective, we look at, say, the AIHW data on maternal deaths, for example, and then we've also got Victorian specific data on that type of thing. We also have, critical incidents in hospitals and things like that, that type of data. And you read all these reports right across different issues, or hear about kind of terrible circumstances like, or issues like women infanticide. And you read about these cases, and there's this terrible mix of isolation and domestic violence and trying to access services and not being able to. So there's kind of like little glimpses of, yes, there are problems here, and you can see these little glimpses in a lot of different sectors, whether it's hospital, domestic violence, mental health. But you're not, there's nothing substantial in any of them. But I think if you were to talk to each of these people who are responsible for writing the reports, or people who, say in the Victorian health system, those who are writing up the data on critical incidences in hospital, they would be able to tell you, yes, there's an issue here with people born overseas not having enough information, coming to hospitals late, accessing services when it's too late, when they could have. I guess I feel like the information's all out there in different people's workplaces and experiences, but unfortunately we don't have the access. So we know it's out there.
Yeah.
We know that it's happening.
And I think one more important point to have here as well is that some of that data is quantitative. The quantitative data is super important. It shows us trends, it paints a picture, but it doesn't tell us the why. That's why we advocate for that qualitative data to also be captured, to understand the experiences a lot more. Qualitative data always kind of speaks to that quantitative numbers and what's happening, and that allows us to have better policies, better programs that suits the needs of communities. It gives us the why.
To what extent do perpetrators exploit migration systems as a form of coercive control? Oh, you've already done that. Yes, I'm sorry. You emphasise community-led, culturally responsive prevention. What are the most effective models that should be scaled nationally?
That's a great question. I think we've got some beautiful examples of programs that have been run that are really successful, and what's missing is funding, really. So I can give you an example of one program that we ran in an aged care, couple of aged care sites. So we chose aged care industry to work with the workers within the industry, because within aged care there's large numbers of migrant women workers, and the workers obviously not paid very well. And there's also, it's very hierarchical, so it's very difficult for the frontline workers, even if they are very well qualified, they might be nurses or have other qualifications, to then kind of get into the management of the aged care sector. So we worked with these 3 sites to build an understanding between the management and the workers, the frontline workers, of what are some strategies they could put in place to build kind of advancement within the workplace, leadership, what were the barriers and how might we kind of advance this. So that was a really successful program because it was able to kind of develop concrete ways to build financial kind of independence of migrant women, low-paid workers. We ran it for about 3 years, and then of course the funding stopped, as these programs do. But that's a really great workplace program. There are many other workplace programs, but I think this one was important because it specifically targeted a workplace where there were large numbers of migrant refugee women. A lot of our other workplace programs are great, but they focus on white collar and construction, male-dominated workplaces, and tend not to kind of catch the ones where migrant refugee people work. There's another program that we're involved in where community organisations work with their communities to prevent violence against women, and they tailor the programs to suit that group. The Victorian government funded 33 organisations, and then those 33 organisations worked together as a group and with our organisation and another peak body called Safe and Equal, which is a domestic violence peak body, to provide support, share learning, and that's called the Connecting Communities Project. That's still going. But that's a wonderful project because it's tailoring for whatever the needs are in that local community, in that local ethno-specific context. I guess what's common across these is tailoring for the specific needs of the community, aligning with national frameworks. So it was, still using the Change the Story framework and the workplace equality and respect standards to then tailor those and implement those in migrant communities in ways that suited that particular group. And then we're also able to whatever we were learning, we were able to then feed back to others and write reports and share that with others. I think it's important to take intersectional approaches with our work, which means not only that we're looking at all the different factors that impact on communities, so all the different forms of discrimination, but also that we focus on systems and how we can change systems to make a difference. We can definitely send you more successful programs, but that's a kind of brief summary of them. Yeah.
I would say another program would be our PACE leadership program that builds the capacity of migrant and refugee women to be leaders in their communities in whatever form. And that empowerment, whilst it's not necessarily just focused on domestic violence, it has sessions on mental health, it has different sessions, and it's really been powerful to see PACE graduates, PACE leadership graduates. Some of them now have been advocates in their local councils for mental health. So you can definitely see the flow-on effect of when you build the capacity of migrant and refugee women's leadership, what type of impact it has. So I would say that's another program that we have really seen grow massively. And another one was the one that I had already mentioned, our health education program. It was just Victorian based, but then during COVID-19 it was funded to become federal and just national level, and it has been successful. And the first version of it, we provided COVID vaccination awareness, but then now it's about sexual reproductive health, and there's an opportunity for us to expand it even more and have suicide prevention sessions nationally with our partners across Australia, in every state and territory.
Right. Just before we wrap up, I've got is there anything else extra that you want to add?
maybe just one point, and that we would really welcome seeing an alignment between the National Suicide Prevention Strategy and the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, 2022 to 2032. And I know there will be other variation of all of those national plans, but it's really important for us to have and improve our shared responses across all of these priorities and ensure we embed that migration-related factors and intersectional considerations into their strategies. Because whilst if they're silos, it's really hard for us to understand the intersection between these issues and how it impacts migrant and refugee women and gender diverse people.
Thank you. Okay, just before I let you go, just official bit. Thank you for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, which you just offered some, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 3rd of July 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. For those person listening online, if anything you've heard today has upset you or caused distress, please reach out to 1800-RESPECT, Lifeline or 13-YARN, Kids Help or other support services. There is also parliamentary workshops, support services and employee assistance programs for broadcasting, Hansard, the committee secretary and for the committee itself. I declare the public hearing closed and the committee adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9. Just closed.